Hey ya, hey ya. We got signal. G'day, champions. We're all better now. 24-hour bullshit's out of the way. Oh, I just demonetized myself within the first 5 seconds. Great. So, how are we? Let's refresh our memory. Now that I can actually see. What were we doing yesterday? We were working on this Princeton 68 custom, blah, 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 insert suffix here from Fender. And we had a dead valve, didn't we? So let's just put them back in and just confirm again. I'll just show you from scratch, and Lee, in case you're watching, this is what's wrong with your amp. We've done what we talked about, and one of the valves is dead, which I probably didn't pick up because I didn't crank it up and actually have a good listen to it when I was rushing through the quotes. So it was producing some signal, but I didn't actually plug in and have a listen and play, crank it up and get a feel for how it was. But I also noticed that you had a ECC82 in the reverb driver. Whereas that's the incorrect valve. That's a 12AU7. We want a 12AT7 current driver. So that's a incorrect valve, but it was also exhibiting noise and crackling and other issues. So we've got a 12AT7 in there now from JJ's as well. Same brand, different valve type. All the other valves appear okay. However, I'll leave the cover off and just give them a bit of a tappy. Make sure they're happy. Still fully sick, bro. Been up for a few hours already. Yeah, I was up at around 4 AM. I went to bed at like 8. so that's expected. I'm just like, screw today. I'm going to sleep. Okie dokie. I'll just check what lead is what. That's the send. I've got a couple of ohms across that one, or less than an ohm, 1.5-ish ohms. Probably just lead resistance more than anything else. Let's see how the Penny Boy wants to behave today. So how are we all? I started watching Lyle's stream. Hey, Jim gifted 10 memberships. Thanks, Jim. Jesus, I almost missed that. I only just scrolled back and had a look. Bloody legend. We've got a bunch of new members. G'day, new members. Oh, that reminds me, I put up a new membership video. Sorry, members, you kind of get stuff and the behind the scenes stuff and the old stuff that I've dug up and rehashed because I've been too busy and or sick to make videos. YouTube Studio. So I wonder if we're supposed to, being of British heritage, are we supposed to call it U-Valve instead of YouTube? Get it? Morning, Mom. Flashback. My first Dry July review. Set it to members only. All channel members, publish. 2021. So the first Dry July review I did non-alcoholic beverage reviewers during our second run of lockdowns in 2021. We literally just went into lockdown in July, and here's me having already committed to dry July. The best thing about being on lockdown was you could just be drunk all the time. But that was out the window because I was doing dry July, wasn't I? Like a very smart boy. Got a little bit of residual sniffliness, but it's nothing like it was yesterday. Control room. You know what I did wrong yesterday? Yesterday, I didn't have the fuck off sign up. That's why it all went to hell. But now we've got it up and running. We've got 32 viewers. That's more than I expected for a Sunday, considering who we are clashing with. We're probably clashing with like 5 Watt World, and everyone else streams on Saturday Arvos. Hopefully we're not clashing with anyone too hectic that's going to suck all my viewers away. But yeah, you legends are bloody loyal champions, aren't you? You love coming here. Where else can you hear the C-bomb just casually dropped? And no one bats an eyelid. Let's chuck a few meters on here. You know the band, the Meters? True Workshop. I think you mean Tube Workshop. Yeah, Tube Workshop's Germany. He's a German champion. We had 130 ohms yesterday, 130 something, 137, yeah, that's probably what it says on my notes. I think 137 rings a bell. That's the primary. DC resistance of the primary, the output transformer I'm measuring there on each side of the center tap. You know the deal, champions. 137, close enough for the girls I go out with, as AVE would say. What's going on with him? He's too busy having kids and having a life and stuff. Doesn't make any good videos anymore. Sucks. Him and Dewclaw, they were like the original odd couple. Alright, let's switch that over to DC volts. So, Lee, we're supposed to see a couple of volts on either meter. If you're watching, I'll send you this link later on. So this is me from the past speaking to you in the future. So we did the recap. I didn't realize this actually already has higher rated plate load resistors than the previous version. So we're all good there. That was a pretty negligible cost there anyway. But you can see there one side's conducting and the other side isn't. So one side's dropping about 2.8 volts across the primary, and the other side's got nothing. They should be more or less the same in the ballpark anyway. So that's showing that one of your valves is dead, right? So I'll just prove to you that it's the valve and not the amp. Might have to flip it over to do that reliably. I meant to take the bear claws off, but I forgot. Let's just take them off so we can confirm. So we had that one on that side, so we'll swap them over. I'll just take them off just so we can confirm the new valves are good. Because sometimes the vendors, not naming any names, Wes Components, but they will use any excuse to not give you a return that they possibly can. And then they'll personally insult you if you challenge them on it. It's funny how they turn to a tall drink of water when you're actually face to face, though, eh? And I'm physically larger than them. So I don't give them any excuse. So I don't scratch up the valve bases with the valve claws if I can avoid it, because they'll go, nah, see that scratch? We can't return that. It's like, bro, the valve's dead. You're not reselling it, right? Give me a fucking return. So I just take the bear claws off so they can't go at me with anything at all. And I can get a return if there's anything wrong with the valves. And they can shove it up their ass sideways. Just a quick little tip for you budding amp techs, if there's such a thing anymore. Alright, let's put the one with the, obviously the fucked one, on the right hand side where it was on the left before. Opposite when we flip it. You can feel that one's cold, that one's warm. Doesn't mean it's the valve itself as of yet though. It means possibly the amp could be having something like, we checked the voltages yesterday. But when you've got a valve that's not conducting, first thing check is just check your voltages, eh? Check that you've got plate and screen grid supply. And then check that you've got heater. You may have heater on the pins, but it may not be making it to the actual pin. In this case, I think we've got an internal open circuit from the pin to the element. Don't know if it's the heater, the screen, or the plate. Hard to tell. I could have a look if it's the heater by seeing if the thing physically glows. Not that it really matters for our intents and purposes. That's one of those phrases that people always get wrong. When you say intents and purposes and people say intense for our intensive purposes, fuck, that shits me up the wall. It's intents and purpose. It's like when people say running amok, running space M-U-C-K. You're not running amok. Like you're running amok. A-M-O-K. A-M-O-K. Anyway. What do you do? People are illiterate these days. And I'm just above that, so I can make fun of them. Alright, so now the one on the left should be showing no conduction. Yeah. So 2.7, same as before. The one on the left's barely moving. Can I see any heaterage? It's got no heater, so yeah, it's probably got an internal heater short, a blown heater, or just a fractured spot weld to the heater. That is really rare. So many people just say, yeah, my valve can't be blown, it's glowing. It's like, actually, that's probably literally the fourth or fifth heater failure I've ever seen. Maybe sixth. Yeah, the load for the speaker. Yeah, everything's on 0 at the moment. I'm just firing it up to have a quick look. This has got shorting contacts anyway, so not the end of the world. I will definitely plug a load in to test the output. So we'll chuck some new tatties in there. I don't know, I'm of two minds of these, the red base 6v6 GT STRs. These actually seem good. I haven't had one of these come back at all. So maybe these ones are good, the red base. I don't know. Because if I buy another batch of them, because the last batch were good, and then they start failing, I'll just hate myself forever. Alrighty then. So our next issue is the plate voltage that we just got into yesterday before my snot started oozing out of my face. You've had red base failures. Yeah, was that 6v6s though, Lyle? That's what I'm saying. I've had the red base 6L6s fail, but not the 6v6s. And I don't think we're at the point where we can assume that if one valve type's failing, then all the others will be bad as well. I don't think it works that way. I think they're a completely different machine and production line for each valve. I could be wrong there, but I'm going to, at the moment, put... If one valve type from any manufacturer starts failing, I'm not going to automatically assume that all the other valves from that series are bad. Because having been in production myself of various things, it can be specific to the actual process that only applies to that exact valve type. So the other thing someone flagged for me was in my blurry ass vision yesterday, I was looking at the different primaries here. I didn't realize that they had different pin assignments. So pin 17 for 240 for the white should be assigned to pin 17, and it is white black. Sorry, hang on, white black. Ah, okay, hang on. So this says 240 volts here. It's even written on the chassis and texture, and it's got a sticker on the back. So P5, P8. Can't read it. It's got fucking glue on it. Let's unplug that because that's the primary. Electrocute myself live on the stream. I've done it before. Okay, so P8. With our newfound clarity, we can see that even though it says 240 there and 240 there, this is actually wired for 230. This is actually the 68 custom we're looking at. So white and black. This might avoid having to use a 5U4. Because that's got the GZ34 in there as per the schematic, which may or may not be original. Alright. I think today's a good day. Let's try that out. 130, 130 ohms. Yeah. Alright, let's try that. No, helps if you plug it in. Yeah, it can vary batch to batch. Yeah, it's completely shot in the dark. I don't know why I'm trying to apply logic to it. I should just buy shit and see how it goes and try and return it if it's no good. Alright, let them settle out. I'm hearing crackling. Bad crackling. We got another preamp valve. Got 30 pins. Varies by month. GZ34 may as well just use a potato. What are you talking about, Alex? What are you talking about, Willis? 2.7 divided by 130 ohms. 20.7 milliamps multiplied by 443. Alright, so it's still pretty high, but it's way better than it was. 443 multiplied by 443. So we're running at 9.2 watts divided by 12. 76%. So let's knock that back a touch. That'll make the voltage go up. The B plus go up, I mean. So let's knock that back to 2.6. Well, let's assume that we're going to be at around 450 volts. Shut up. 448. All right, let's go with 450. So, say we want, what was that pop? These red bases fucking me over, even though I've tested them. All right, 12 watts divided by, say, 60%. So we want 20 milliamps. Sorry, hang on. 0.6. We want... Jesus. 12 watts to multiply by 0.6. Math is not my strong point this morning. So we want 7.2 watts, and we divide that by 450 volts. So we're looking for 16 milliamps. Now if we multiply that by 130 ohms per side, we want 2.08 volts drop. Let's go for 2.1. And then see where the voltage sits, because it's a bit of a trial and error thing. 2.1, 2.1, 5 by 130, 16 milliamps multiplied by, see what the voltage is settled at. 453, let's round it up. 453, so that's risen a bit further than expected. 7.3 watts divided by 12, so we're at 61%. Yeah, I like the tremolo better at 50 to 55%, but B plus rises. Yeah, well that's yeah, you're not. It's okay, Lyle. I know you don't have to. You don't have to make me set my mind at ease. So yeah, if I go any further, what Lyle's referring to is if I go any further than that, that'll start to reach back up to about 460. Let's put a 5U4 in there and see how that reacts, which is what I've got in my Princeton build at home, which I've got to do a video on. I built it at Christmas last year, but I haven't showed you, champions, really. I think I showed you on a live stream, New Year's Eve, but that was it. 16 to 17 milliamps. Yes. Shunt the B plus to ground. Sounds great. Oh, look, I get a free tissue. Thanks, JJ's. Ow. Let that cool down for a sec. Nah, we'll just go for it. No brain, no pain. I didn't take the bear claw off. The rectifier up. Perfectly good rectifier valve, but the only issue with the 5U4 is the voltage is gonna rise quicker. So we'll get an initial pulse, initial surge, bigger than the GZ34. Being a directly heated chucha. I think I'm correct there. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is early. And it is Sunday. Instant COVID, just sniff here. To tell you the truth, COVID wasn't as debilitating when I had it as hay fever is. Hay fever literally gave me a fever last night. Headache, body aches, you name it. The whole body thinks it's sick. It's an autoimmune thing. It's like asthma, but for the nasal cavity. And I do have asthma as well. That's why I smoke cigars rather than cigarettes, because you don't breathe them in. And the tobacco's way, 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 way better. Alright, what I'll do is I'll attach a meter to the B+, so you can see the initial surge that occurs. Let's zoom in a little, eh? We're way back out in the nether regions. I think I caught one of my COVID cases off a council cleanup find. A 4-way speaker selector switch. Are you being serious, Pete? Because as far as I understood, the contact thing wasn't really a thing. Like, it was pretty unlikely you were going to contract COVID from touching something. But at the beginning, they didn't know, and they didn't know how it was going to mutate. So, you know, better to be safe than sorry kind of deal. There's probably a bunch of fucking COVID nutcases in this chat, so I think we'll leave it there. Had COVID 4 times. Jesus, first time sucked big time. I barely noticed when I tested positive the other 3 times. Yeah, I hear that, Eric. I've only had it once, but it was pretty late in the whole thing, so the mutations made it pretty innocuous by that point. Where's my fucking Velcro? I got it from a gig. Who was it? I can't remember who I got it. Oh, yeah, I went to see Sunk Lotto. I'm going to call him Sunk Lotto because Lotto is spelt different. I had the vid once. 18 days, Jesus. Cigars are like a coffee that you won't drink. You taste it and spit it out. Yeah, but you try inhaling one. It's more like a coffee that you don't inhale. Because if you did, you'd fucking be coughing for the next half hour. If you ever accidentally draw a bit too deep and actually get some into your lungs, into your throat, man, your throat just closes up. I'd never be a good porn star, I can tell you that much. Let's just test right across our first res cap there. A little 22 microfarad chooch. Oh, I've got valve 1, valve 2, and then we've got the B+. It's already sitting at 14 volts. Let's watch what it goes up to when we flicker on. Hopefully it's not massively over the cap rating. They are rated for a surge, but I wouldn't like to see more than, say, 525 there for a fraction of a second. If we see more than that, it's not great. Dummy load plugged in. I'll just plug in. You know what? I'm not going to test the reverb, so I'll show you what I've done. I made a little dummy load for the reverb. This cute little bugger. You could use it for a champ as well. It's a little Dale 5 watt 8 ohm resistor in there on a little RCA, just a random RCA plug I had lying around. I was going to put a bit of heat shrink in there, but it's alright. It's barely touching the claw. I haven't tightened it on it. I don't want it to rub through, but let's just say your reverb drive transformer doesn't suffer any flyback from... oh no, I changed the focus. It's all over. So I'll just plop that in the reverb drive. Socket. Alright, so zoom right in on the meters. Everything's looking good. Camera kung fu is on point. Let's see what she goes up to. Bang! Oh. 470, 480. Ooh, 490. And then back down. Okay, so not too bad. We're not actually exceeding the 500 volts, but now we should have a more manageable plate voltage. Probably not massively. Oh, then the meters choose to turn off. Thanks meters. Alright, so that's only dropped at about 10 volts with the 5U4. But that's dropped just that 10 volts has dropped our plate dissipation quite a bit, so we could go a bit further. Let's just see what we're at. So we probably go what were we at before? 2.2, 2.1 before. We'll go 2.3, and that's dropped it even further. Now we're down to 420. Now we're at a pretty safe place. And given the lower plate voltage, now I think we probably could bias it down to about the optimal range for the tremolo. You can just use a grounded plug for that. Yeah, but, you know, sometimes it's nice to read the send voltage as well, just to see if anything's playing up. 2.3. $17.6 multiplied by 4. 20. Oh, that's the B plus. So we've got to subtract off the 2 volts. So 427. 7.5 divided by 12 watts. So we're at 62%. So let's knock that back a little. Let's just go back to 2.1 because that was 60% before. It's going up to 432. So we're at 58% now. Let's just go back down to 2 volts. It should be around 55-ish. We'll have a wee little listen. Anyway, I was just showing my dummy load. Like I said, you can use that for a champ as well. Anything with the RCA jack on the chassis. Caught COVID all 4 times by visiting the doctor's office. Spewing. It's like you got to ask the doctor to come out to the car park and sit out there with you. I had COVID 4 times, but the worst I ever felt was from the vaccine. The first vaccine I had was nothing. The second one knocked me around a bit. It was like the symptoms of a cold, but without any nasal stuff. So it was a bit weird. Headache, achy, lethargic, but no, what do you call it? Rhino something. I don't know. I remember when Brad grew his COVID beard. Never got over it. Yeah, it protects me. I'll just rub my beard over my mouth. Honestly, beards are the grossest fucking things ever. Having all that snot come out of my face yesterday, I pretty much had to have a shower every half hour just to clean my beard. It was so gross. I was this close to shaving it off yesterday and just going, nah, done. I might shave it off in summer. We'll see how we go. Alright, that's settled down a little bit now. It's actually dropped a touch. Well, yeah, let's just see where we're at. Okay, so we're at 53% at the moment. So let's have a listen. Let's in particular see how the tremolo goes. Just mute myself 1 sec. Bit of JJKL there. I can't remember the name of the song. Oakley dokley, as Nettie would say. I think that Tremolo's reacting well. It's performing well even when it's overdriving. And good things. Good happy things. No noise, no clicking, no popping. Reverb returns pretty quiet. Remarkably quiet given that it's under these lights, which can be very noisy. So, happy days. I'll give the customer the option of being a bit safer with a 5U4 there. I think the initial peak surge voltage there is within the cap rating anyway, even though they are surge rated in data sheets for, you know, 525, 550, something for no longer than like, you know, a second or something. I think we're good. But cost-wise, I'll see if he wants that new valve in there, the new 5U4 in there, or if he wants to stick with the GZ34, which would probably shorten the life of the 6V6s a bit. But yeah, wiring it correctly for 240 volts, despite it saying 240 everywhere. It says 240 there. It says 240 there. And I think he said it's never been open since new. And it was actually wired for 230, which is fucking ridiculous. Anyway, we'll put that one aside, I think, and I'll just confirm what he wants to do valve-wise before we go doing the final measurements, because obviously we'd have to redo them all again if he went with something else. Hey, he's going to London. Lovely, and Oxford. Man, enjoy the trip, bro. Good pubs. I won't be finding out about amps. Yeah, the last thing he wants to do is look at amps when he's on holidays, bro. That's just for crazy fucks like me. I'm the one that goes looking for tech when I'm on holidays because I love it. It's more than just a job for me. It's like a lifestyle. It's more than just a job for Lyle too, but when he's on holidays proper. When I'm on holidays, I'm always thinking about amps and electronics. You've got to remember, champions, he's been in the trade a bit longer than me. A bit longer. Significantly longer. Pitt Rivers in Oxford is great. I made the mistake last night in my delirious haze to start reading a book that Mum and Dad got me for Christmas about Islay whiskies. So here I am on dry July, sitting next to the fucking whiskey cabinet by the warm fire, reading about whiskies that I can't drink. I'm not very kind to myself. But at least I know a lot more about whiskey now. And the birth of Ardbeg and the reason behind some of their funny bottlings. Brad's a punk. Yeah, I used to be. Fender do that 230 wiring with UK amps. Yeah, but you'd expect that it would say 230. I mean, they even wrote 240 by hand with a texture on the chassis. It's like... I go into amateur historian mode on holidays. No beaches, please. I do both. It depends where I'm at. If I'm in some historical city like that, I'll go into that mode because their beaches are dog shit. So, what are you gonna do? Go to Brighton? No, thank you. Here's me drinking a Lafroig. Which one are you drinking, Richard? Is that just the 10-year, the stocky standard? I love a Lafroig. Love a Lafroig. Oh, now I've got that Shadow song in my head. I should learn that properly. The chords in the next section, I don't know. I need to do a warm-up before I do each video. A few people commented that my playing's a bit more focused than it used to be. Yeah, that's not hard though, is it? I mean, it was pretty unfocused. People come to my channel thinking I'm supposed to be a virtuoso guitarist or something. I'm a fucking greasy, dirty punk power chord playing fuckwit. Like, I don't know where the people get in their head that I'm supposed to be some amazing player. I never said that I was, and I never claimed to be, and I probably never will be. I think it's just them projecting, champions. I think they're projecting. What are we going to do next? What quotes are approved? I'll report back on car scales. I love a car scale. One of the bottles that's in my shopping cart, because I go on a bit of a whiskey shopping spree at the end of dry July. Yeah, I need a Fiesta Red Strat. Best I can do is Candy Apple. I was looking at some stout cask whiskies. See, I might try one of them out. The last one I tried wasn't that impressive. It was one of those Irish ones. Forget the name. But it was only like $80 a bottle, $70 a bottle or something, and it wasn't fantastic. But like they say, you know, average whiskey's better than no whiskey. Right, what have I got to do? Let's have a look at the job sheet list of the approved quotes. Very exciting stuff, I know. I play better than Leo and Jim. Yeah. Wasn't Jim a drummer though? Yeah, I think he was, wasn't he? Ah, fuck's sake, I've got to get into my software. 1 minute. Yeah, security's all well and good, but it's still a pain in the ass. Today's good, champions. I can just stream away and don't have to worry about opening the shop. I play better than a loaf of bread. Yes, but you're nowhere near as tasty. Quotes approved. That one's done. Accepted quotes. So I hear that generally you're in the, if you're always busy, you should aim, this is just like public, not knowledge, what would you call it? Rule of thumb. If you've got a successful business, if you're busy all the time, you should be rejecting about, or you should be getting rejected for about 1/3 of your quotes. So that is how you know your pricing's about right. I don't know where that came from, but in the construction industry, it's pretty much accepted as like a standard thing that you should be about, if you're not getting 1/3 of your quotes rejected, you're probably too cheap. And if you're getting more than 1/3 of your quotes rejected, you're probably too expensive. Seems pretty simplistic to me. I don't know. What do you guys reckon? Alright, that's been approved, but he hasn't paid for the transformer yet. That's been approved, but I don't want to work on it because it's a piece of shit. That's been approved, but I've got to order parts. That was approved, but I rejected it anyway because it wasn't worth repairing. Alright, let's do the JCM 900 then. I think this is just valves from memory being cooked. Oh, actually, shit, no, you know what I've got to do? I've got to do a recap to a Blues Deluxe reissue. It's actually not in the job sheets yet because I'm useless at paperwork. Oh, she's bashed up. Alright, so you know what to expect. Same old thing. Leaky schmooey caps. Shitty overheated power supply. Same old story over and 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 over again. Moldy cord. That's lovely. less viewers. Only got 50 today. Normally we're around the 100 mark. While I'm getting this out of the cabinet, I'm going to throw an ad in. So enjoy your ad. Wait, what? Enable monetization. It is fucking in... Oh, God. Okay, so normally it enables monetization, and this time it's just randomly chosen not to. Man, I hate computers. Content live streaming. What kind of acoustic guitar is that? That's a Maton where all the back bracings let go, so I've got to re-glue all the back bracing and then to give it a setup service. Monetization is on, you stupid fucking app. You're the one that told me that it's... YouTube doesn't know what its fucking left hand's doing. Facebook's just useless too now. I don't know if has inserted. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if Facebook's having issues because they enabled the encrypted chat, or they changed the encrypted chat or something, but now I can't even respond to messages on my fucking business page unless I open the phone app, and typing shit on the phone is a real pain in the ass. I hate typing on a phone. Fucking autocorrect bullshit that's always wrong. Alright, so this is going to rip that foil to shreds if I take it out like that, so I'm going to have to stick that back down somehow. Everything's so rusty on this thing. But somehow the top control panel is actually not as bad as it normally is, but it's got the wrapping coming off in places, the cabinet's coming apart. Oh, someone said something bad. Let's not use that word. Oh, what word can't you use on my channel? I say fucking everything. Oh, it's alright. I'm going to assume that was a slip up, Josh. Or Joe. Josh or Joe? I don't know what's going on. Thanks, Lyle. Whatever happened. Oop. So I just joined I've generally been, Facebook wants you to enter a security pin to use Messenger, but it makes it hard to make the pin, right? And it changes it or something? I don't know. I remember trying to use it and it didn't work, and I was like, well, yeah, congratulations, Facebook. You just introduced another feature that doesn't work. Any chances of you upgrading or changing that in the future? No? Okay, didn't think so. Righto. Just keep selling your ads. Keep selling your ads and giving us suggested for you posts that have fucking nothing to do with our general interests. Yep, keep just giving us suggested for you videos of just chicks with their tits out. That's right, Facebook. Fucking piece of shit app that it is. Piece of shit company that it is. The suggested for you shit's just out of control. It's fucking ridiculous. And then you reset the browser 5 or 6 times when it goes back to normal. And then the next day it's just suggested for you shit again. Just these random profiles, like it'll just be like Mitch Roberts profile, and it's got a blue tick next to it. Just not even a dude. Like the guy doesn't exist. It's just a bot account, and it just generates meaningless guff content. Just chaff. Just fucking mind gravy crap that people just keep clicking on. People with an IQ of 12. And that's all Facebook is now. It's just IQ of 12 brain gravy. And, you know, you got a few people trying to keep in touch with family, interstate and internationally on there, which it's almost impossible to these days because it's just flooded with crap. and you know, trying to be in a couple of groups, and it keeps adding me to groups. I just randomly, it's just like, why am I getting shit from this group? And then I press on the group and it says join. It's like, I didn't fucking join that group. I can't even blame, you know, accidentally joining when I was pissed or something, because I haven't been pissed for the last month. Don't know. It's just a dumb company. Yeah, marketplace is 99% scams. Like, everything's a scam on Facebook, and they want everything to be scams. They're perpetuating scams. They want you to get ripped off, and then when you do get ripped off, you just they shrug their shoulders, because there's not a single person that works there anymore. It's just all automated bot fucking scripts. What's the purpose of it anymore? Like, who is paying for advertising on that piece of shit? The thing is, even if you did pay, like, if I reckon what they're aiming at, fuck, that's a dirty Reverb tank bag. What they're probably aiming at is, I reckon they're gonna, in the near future, they're gonna bring out like Facebook Premium, where initially for the first 6 months, all that shit's gone and it's like the old Facebook, but then it'll slowly start coming in even the premium tiers as well, because they can't help them fucking selves. Like, it started slipping ads into other people's content now, Facebook. So, like, there'll be a band that I like, and they'll put up just a photo of them, like, oh, we're on tour, whatever. And some of these people I'm on speaking terms with, and it'll come up down the bottom of the photo with an ad for, like, Temu or something. And I'll be like, guys, did you get this ad put in? Like, are you monetizing this? And they're like, nah. So your account's not even monetized. They're like, no. Nah. So Facebook's just chucking ads in people's photos now. It's like, and it's all for useless shit. Like, here you go, get an avocado holder from Temu. No thanks. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't really need an avocado holder from Temu. Anyway, rant over. Zuckerbucks and his mad money. Yeah. I knew Aussies had a like mind. Is that a PV Classic 30? No, but it may as well be. I have to spend some time at the Eagle and Child. That's a pub, yeah? Hope it's not a chain. Disappointment now. It will be. If it's anything to do with Tolkien, it will be. Anything to do with any famous name will be a husk of its former self. You know the world now, Lyle. We live in 2024, mate. That's why you install Facebook Purity and you don't get any of that shit. Facebook Purity? It's like uBlock Origin for Facebook. Yeah, but is it by Facebook? Do you have to pay money for it? Twitch isn't bad if you like fans-only content. Problem with Twitch is they kick you off for saying anything. Like, I could say cunt, kick me off for it. It's just, yeah, you get kicked off for anything on Twitch. And there's people like Big Clive saying that, you know, Twitch is better for free speech. Well, it's not really. You get kicked off Twitch for no reason. I should just stop swearing, eh? That'd fix everything. Like, that's gonna happen. Considering ditching my Facebook and Google business profiles, return to simple website. Yeah. I mean, I do get messages on Facebook for the business page, but now I can't reply to them anyway, so what's the point? Why even use it? It lets me reply, and my reply appears in the window, and I think, job done, I've answered that person. And then I look at the chat, I refresh the page and look at the chat again, and my comment's just not there. So I spend the time writing out a fucking paragraph reply to this person about the intricacies of their problem, spend the time to think about it, research it, type it in, and then it just disappears, just goes into the void. And that's happened on every PC that I own. The only thing it doesn't happen on is the Facebook Messenger app on the phone. I think you can get Messenger for Windows too. So yay, here's another app that will give me a notification every half hour that there's a new Temu product that I should buy. And that will probably monitor everything I do on my fucking computer. So fucked if I'm installing that. Mike just failed on the C word. Did it? Did it? Auto, oh, where's my, shit. I've lost my wind protector. That's probably why, because I've gone that's a pain in the ass. I've lost my little windsock. I knew that would disappear at some point. Oh, you know what just fell out? A spring. Just fell out of the reverb tank. I took it out of the bag, so reverb tank's fucked. Oh, look, one spring left. Alright, new reverb tank. That's one of those built-in pieces of shit. G'day, Jason Tong. How are ya? I'm going to use your full name by choice. If the product you're using is provided to you for free, it's because you're the product. Yeah, I know. But if the product is so geared towards selling me that it doesn't even work, well then it's not a product at all. Like, that's not giving the advertisers value for money. That's pissed me off now. I've lost my little windsock. Wonder if I can find it if I flick the lights on. Hang on. I'll just blind you for a sec. Probably hearing wind noise when I walk around now. Windsock, where are you, champion? Are you over here? How about this one? Do you reckon this one suits me? Hang on, I'll just mute. Don't know where it's gone. Tiny little black foam thing on a navy blue carpet. Good luck. Knew I'd get down on my knees at some point today. I didn't think it'd be this early. What is that? Ugh, finding all... Oh, that looks like some beef jerky. I really need a vacuum. I need to vacuum. I think it's gone for good, champions. Damn it. Getting a replacement from Rode, that's going to cost like $8. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. But it's in the printy. It's in the panty boy. Craigslist is Scammer Central now. I thought it always was. Look at my head with the lights. It's too bright in here. Hang on. I think I'll give my coffee a quick break. And I'll have my smoothie. My blueberry smoothie. Ice cream headache. It's nice being here on a Sunday. Peace and quiet. Alrighty then. No spit or nothing. Oh, Jesus, that's tight. I'm going to break something. already twisting my screwdriver. We're gonna need a bigger bolt or screwdriver. Gotcha. Not so tough now. Trying to sell a car on Marketplace at the moment. Damn, really, Pete? You're just getting smashed by scams, are you? My cousin come pick up. My cousin. You pay by pay ID. My cousin come. Can you meet me at McDonald's? Is this available? And then crickets. Is this available? Try rebooting. What, to find my windsock? .7 volts. Ooh, very loose. Don't even need the don't even need the handle for them. Righto, Daniel, have some sleep, mate. Enjoy your sleep. Yes, this one's using Shmoo as well. Meta Biz Suite is for bean counters and analytics, while Messenger requires PIN. Loath having to switch between personal and biz. Yeah. The thing is, it's asked me for a PIN, but I've never entered one. So you enter it and then it says it's wrong. It's like, well, I've never entered one, bro. So I just go use one-time code, but then you got to do that like 6 times every month, which is fun. Nope. (11/16). Nope, that's way too big. What am I on about? 5/8. That's the one. Let's hear it for Fender for using 3 different types of sockets on the front panel. What have we got? 11mm. And 5/8. And 9/16. You have to create one, which is hard to find how, where to do. So why is it asking me for one when I haven't got one? Sunday morning shot of bourbon. Scruffy, how you going, mate? You finished your stream or are you still going? Cross thread. It's a new feature, yeah. All these software developers. Try our new look. I don't want your fucking new look. I just want to do my accounts and then go and live life. I don't care about your new look. You're not good at programming. Sorry, I don't care. We done. Are you stoned, Scruffy? You did that stream a while back. I don't know what the go was, but man, your eyes were about to fucking roll out onto the carpet. I was started early since Clive's. Oh, he's working in Glasgow, is he? Big Clive. It's in Glasgow. Working hard or hardly working. So Scruffy's part of Big Clive's community. That's how I met him. Big Clive. I met Big Clive because I was watching AVE, and I met AVE because I was watching... it all goes back to the Amp Hour. So I started watching... Of course I'm stoned. Otherwise you wouldn't be watching me, right? It all started from the Amp Hour. My whole sort of career in electronics can be sort of traced back to a podcast by Dave Jones and Chris Gamble. Because I was working a job that I hated. So I'd listen to podcasts about things I liked and pretend that I was doing that while I was working the job that I hated with people that were fuckwits. So I'd listen to electronics podcasts, and the first one I found when I googled electronics podcast was The Amp Hour by, "Hi, I'm Dave Jones. Welcome to the EEV blog." And then I think he had Big Clive on one of them, or he's just talking about him. Or then I found the EEV blog videos and went to there, and I heard about Big Clive. And then from Big Clive I heard about his brother Alfie, and that's how I got into whiskey. And I heard about AVE because they talked about him, so I went and started watching AVE religiously and watched every video he made. And then they had started talking about photonic induction, so then I went and watched all his videos and watched everything he put out. He's been dormant for a while. I learned about Lewis Rossman on there, so then I went and started following Lewis Rossman and watched all his live streams while I was supposed to be working. And then I met Scruffy in the chat, because there was that fateful stream. I still remember the name of it. During lockdown, him and Clive and his mates got fucking shit-faced on live stream. It was called the Irish Sea stream. And I actually rang them up because they were getting... They let out one of their phone numbers by accident. So I rang him from Australia, and they're in Isle of Man. And I'm on the phone to him like... And then Scruffy rang up. And I was like, oh, they seem to know this bloke. Who's this bloke? And I started following Scruffy's videos. Gotta say, the Lego ones bore me a bit though. I'm not quite that autistic yet. Get out! Get out! Oh, you downloaded it. Oh, shit. Oh, I think you told me about that before, actually, yeah. Yeah, because he ended up deleting it because it got red hot. That was the best stream. I still remember the day like it was yesterday. I was in my garage working away. We were in lockdown, actually. And, yeah, just listening to him. It was hilarious. There's so much happening online during that era. I was watching Streaming Not Screaming by Dave Gleason from the Screaming Jets. Every Sunday he'd have a live in lockdown gig, and that was awesome. You'd crack a beer and watch that in the Arvo on a Sunday. And it didn't matter if you were hungover on Monday because you had nowhere to be because you were in lockdown. So used to go for a walk every morning. So Scruffy, he has a channel where he does nerdy stuff, and he does a live stream every day because Clive Sunday over here, because Clive does a Saturday night live stream, and Scruffy is just riding on his coattails, aren't you, Scruff Dog? So when Clive finishes streaming, everyone heads over to hang out with Scruff Dog and partake in illicit substances. Do you get demonetized for using drugs on stream, Scruffy, even though it's legal there? It's legal there, isn't it? Surely Facebook demonetizes you for that. Facebook, YouTube, you know what I'm trying to say. They're all just as bad as each other. Wishes for successful live stream. Need to mow the weeds before the sundown. You mow that weed, Neil. You mow that need wheel. So I'll take out the plate loads on this as well because they're shitty. It's hot and shitty. 16. Shit, I've got to refresh my memory here. This is a different layout. This is actually one of the good ones. It's got a double-sided through-plated board. Can you believe it? So we don't have to do any trace repair. Of course, they could have just gone with linear regulators and you wouldn't have heat in the first place anyway, but you can't have it all, mate. It's Fender we're talking about here. Documents. Blues series. Blues Deluxe reissue. Man, the one in the photo looks so much better than this one. Alright, so when I talk about replacing plate loads, just show you what I'm talking about, champions. Ooh. Need dynamic zoom. So 100k there. 100k there, so that's R4 and R11. R16. We'll get rid of this bullshit. Just short that out, jumper it. R57, which we can go 91 or 82, or you can go 100. And R58. I'm still not sure exactly what they were trying to achieve with this here. You could just go an 82 there. They'll probably have a similar effect. So those resistors are like a 1/2 watt carbon film, and they all like to go open circuit or noisy, which ain't our bag. So we'll change them out with some 1 watt metal films, which are smaller anyway. R4, R11, R16. Ah, that's right. There's an unused triode in this. Yeah. So half of V2B is not, well, half of V2, which is V2B, is not being used. R57 from memory there. Bigger ones anyway. Oh no, they're not. Okay, I'm thinking of another revision. On one of them, they actually do use like 1 watt metal oxides, I think, which is not brilliant, but whatever. It's got flyback diodes. This is me zooming in and out too fast for anyone to read it. That's alright, it's my job to read it, not yours. I zoom in, I see the measurement, or the number I'm looking for, and I zoom back out. Sorry. Alright, happy days. Good thing Fender doesn't have YouTube in their pockets. Not sure what they'd do if they had that. Pretty sure Fender does. Well, Fender don't have YouTube in their pockets, but they've got all the fucking review channels in their pockets. Just ignore YouTube reviews, boys. They're not worth looking at. Is someone trying to come in? Oh, just sitting across the road, whatever. You do you, man. We'll fire up the pacey pace. Yeah, thanks, get the lead out, whatever your real name is. Glad to see that you sound better. Yeah, it's a 24-hour thing. I'm pretty much, when hay fever kicks in, it either kicks in hard or not at all. And you end up with 24 hours of just uselessness. Not that I'm that fucking useful at the best of times. Oh, when are people going to stop screen printing on Chrome? Please stop. Please. A little bit of shellite. Sony, what? What about Know Your Gear and Phil McKnight? Don't know, don't watch them. Have you heard? Get the lead out. Work with me, brother. Have you heard the Acoustasonic? The cost a lot on. You're going to have to fill me in with what's going on there, champions. Can you explain it like you're talking to a 12-year-old? Please? Please and thank you. Have they brought out some new rip-off thing, product? Have they? Is that what you're getting at? If they have, we might have to go online and have a quick look. Have a quick look-see. You know? Just like one of my most hated videos where I looked at the photos of a Gibson GA, whatever the fuck. Made by Mesa. He doesn't even have the amp. What does he know? Nothing. I said that in the video. I said I'm literally just looking at a photo. That could sound amazing. Well, yeah, it could. You buy it then. I don't know. Phil McKnight has done good reviews for some crap gear too. Okay, yeah. Well, if you do a couple of glowing reviews of dog shit gear, you've kind of... Yeah, well, it depends. I mean, say you're reviewing a fucking MG10 or something. Like, you've got to go into it taking into account what it is. So that's part of the reason I'm so scathing on the expensive shit, because it's not built to a standard that you would expect given the price tag. But then I'll have a particularly positive review for a $300 amp because I'm like, holy fuck, how do they do this for $300? This is really good value. But even the $300 amps are not really fit for purpose, because I had one the other day where the main ground was trying to go through like 0.5 millimeter of powder coat. The Acoustasonic release was when most people caught on to how the shield game... Oh, okay. Alright. So is this recent? Do I need to investigate this on stream? The Acoustasonic release was when most people caught on to how the shield game works. Alright, so did Phil McKnight like do an expose on how it works or something? Keep me running, champions. This is interesting. I'm curious now. I don't know. Well, it's on a live stream, so none of the troglodytes watch my live streams. It's usually only champions. You get the occasional troglodyte that's like, I can't believe you swear. How dare you swear? And to that I'll say, fuck off. But, okay, so, no, about 2 years ago. Oh, okay. Most people except Brad. Well, evidently. Trying to drive and watch this at the same time. What amp is this? Oh, sorry, Rob. Let us just turn everything into text for you. At the moment, I am looking at a Fender Blues Deluxe reissue. It's got a through-plated board. I've removed the filter capacitors, the axial ones anyway, the HT ones. I've removed the silicon from the board. I've cleaned the front panel. I'm about to remove the residual leads from them and the plate load resistors. I'm about to remove C1, which is the first stage bypass cap, and I'm going to replace that with a smaller value to make it a bit tighter on the overdrive. I'm going to give the customer some options to make it overdrive a bit more gracefully, although I'm not going to go too far because it still says Fender on the front and not Brad's Guitar Garage. All those guitars with a hole instead of a solid neck joint. What? Cuss bags. I can't believe you don't. I can't believe when you don't. Hang on. Speaking of vids, is there a part 2 of the Ampeg? Yeah, I've shot the video. I haven't had time to edit it all. I came in right when he was talking about people being upset that he swears. Yeah, that's all right. I'm just saying, Wes, how good to have you too, Wes. Haven't had a chat for a while. Talking about how I can say red hot shit in a live stream, no problem, because you guys are legends. And all the troglodyte dickheads don't have the attention span to watch a live stream. They only comment on the 10-minute video, 10-minute long videos. So if I just behave myself in 10-minute long videos, I don't get too much blowback. And then I can say whatever the fuck I want in the live stream because you legends are here and not the usual troglodytes. So it works out well. I've been cutting some bass parts today. Ooh, nice. God, I love the bass. Yeah, boy. Have you got a custom shop 61p bass? When did you get that, Wes? Fucking hell, what'd you pay for that bad boy? If you don't mind me asking. Just going to clean this lead because it's grossing me out. It's got some kind of precipitation coming out of it. We'll go for it and take your pants off. Alright. Are you a member, Scruffy? No, you're not a member. You got grey text. You don't get to tell me to take my pants off. Come on, Scruff. I'm a member of your channel. You fucking... I meant to join up with your channel ages ago, actually. I forgot about it for ages. I don't pay for fucking any entertainment these days, but I like supporting my other channels. Keep them in the game. Keep the good boys producing stuff. Keep them excited about it, you know. It's one thing to produce content, but to do that, you got to be excited about something first. 4,200, oof. And that's real dollars too, isn't it, Wes? Love hurts. Yummies are my faves. Brad set up a super flighter for me a couple of years back. Remember the one with the warped headstock? Oh yeah. Is it playing okay? I think from memory the neck was okay and the headstock was out of whack, but somehow the timber in the neck was alright. Correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, Pete, sorry, just to correct, just to give you an update, your Ampeg is ready for pickup. I just haven't had time to do the paperwork. I'll flick that to you this Arvo. I meant to do it yesterday, but I really didn't want to do paperwork. Well, my head was all fucked up. Seriously, the product release method these days, with all the videos coming out at the same time, can't stand it. It's such a turn off. The thing with that, Jace, is they've actually signed up to that. So they get it's the same in the camera industry. It's a structured system, and they've actually signed off to it. They have a thing called a embargo, and that's the technical terminology when they sign up with the NDA. So they sign an NDA, they get given free gear, right? Don't tell me it doesn't happen, because that's the only way they get the gear on time that's the only way they get pre-release gear is by signing an NDA. If anyone that tells you they haven't, they're lying. They sign an NDA, they get given the gear about a month prior to the embargo. They have a month to produce content about that product, and then when the embargo is released, they are able to hit publish on their videos that are probably already produced and uploaded. So they probably upload the video a good couple of days before the embargo, at least maybe a week. And then as soon as that embargo is lifted, literally the minute that it's released, they have already scheduled their post to go live. Scruffy, welcome to the crew. Bloody legend. You can go back and watch all my dumb shit that I've released to the members now. I have different tiers of membership, but every member gets the same content. That way you can just contribute whatever you can afford, but no one gets penalised for being on a lower tier. I think that's the most fair method. Now take your pants off. Okay. You can't tell right now. I might not even have pants on right now. How do you know? So yeah, what happens is they lift the embargo, all the videos get published. No one's been privy to each other's video unless they're good mates. So technically, you know, it's sort of should be relatively unbiased by other people's opinion on the product when it comes out. I guess that's the idea. But it doesn't really happen, because let's be honest, if you produce content that's negative about a product, and this has happened, and people have reported on it, you don't get sent any more products. So there goes your content. And you're on your own. Panasonic, for example, a couple of video channels, camera channels, sorry, were less than glowing. Like, I'm not saying they were negative. They were positive, but they were not 100% slobbering, sucking that massive cock of Panasonic, right? They were maybe just touching it a little bit and not full throating it, right? And Panasonic didn't like that. They wanted the full throater. So Panasonic cancelled their trip to Japan, which they get for free, I might add, the reviewers. They get free accommodation. They get to go to the press releases and all that stuff, and they get shown about town. So don't tell me they're fucking unbiased reviews. And anyone that says anything except for 100% positive about their product got removed from that list and not allowed to come to Japan. And they also don't get sent products anymore. Sony, on the other hand, was still pretty... what would you call it? Objective about the whole thing, I guess. There were people that gave negative reviews, even negative reviews, not 100% solid positive reviews, but even like actual negative reviews of Sony products, and Sony continued to send them their products for review, which I thought was good. So part of the reason I want to move away from Panasonic is, well, you've seen how shit they are, to be honest, and how behind the technology they were. They've caught up now, but now they're charging like $4,000 for a fucking micro four thirds body only camera. No, thank you. So that's probably why I'm going to move away from Panasonic in general, because I don't like the ethics of the company if that's how they act. Brad, thanks for the point out on a repairman for my tube tester. Oh, you got did you get in touch with them? Guitar and Amps Rock. Thanks for the $10 there, buddy. I hope they're able to help you out. Oh yeah, Brad, totally agree. YouTube influencers are bullshit. Just low paid advertising. Yeah, I mean, they've got to give the products back too. But the thing is, they don't get to they always say, I don't get to keep these products. Yes, but you got given a product for free before release to review. That is content. You've been enabled to produce content that the general public cannot produce. So you are getting paid, mate. I hear every week about certain amps, dozen of other reviews. Yeah. All these reviewers said this amp was great. And then you listen to it, and it sounds like shit. One of them, again, it was fucking Lazy J. Yeah. I want to forget they exist. But he actually went back, and his audio samples that he produced were so shit that he actually had to go and do a follow-up video and say, I have lived and learned. It's like, bro, the amp's got 2 fucking knobs. If you can't dial that in, it's not a good amp. And he had to go and like tiptoe around the settings where it sounded shit. And but fortunately, he didn't go back and remove the previous video. I thought that would have been a given, but yeah, it was hilarious. He had to actually apologize for making the amp sound bad in his previous reviews. And this is the only reason I became privy of this video is because one of my haters started ranting about me in the comments. Some mentally ill fuck. Hilarious. I just fix the fucking things, bro. I don't care. But now I'm not going to fix anything that's designed shit anymore. I'm just going to make it work again, and out the door it goes. I'm not going to make anything sound better than it was designed anymore. I should start a YouTube channel wanting to be an influencer, but no one will send me anything to review. Yeah, it's called Brad's Guitar Garage. It's what you've got right here, buddy. That's why the only things we can review is what's sent to us for repair, and that's why sometimes we can sound a bit negative, because everything that come here is broken. Or at least playing up. Good fun. Amp moan. Is that like Tech Moan? Tech Moan channel's good. I like their stuff. I could make a video with any amp that passes signal and make it sound godlike in post. Yeah, well, you can tiptoe around the settings and an amp sounds shit. And it's pretty rare that you've got an amp that doesn't sound okay at one thing. But I don't know. Do you want an amp that just does one thing? I mean, that's like a Champ, right? Champ sort of does two things. Bad clean sound and a bad overdrive sound. But it is a thing, and it can work in a mix. You can get the worst sounding amp and make it sound godlike in a mix. Like look at the Queens of the Stone Age guitar tone on like the first couple of albums. Well, even the current albums. It's a pretty terrible guitar tone, but it works beautifully with the mix. So everything's relative, eh? We have an amp shop here in LA called Amp Hole. Cool. We've got petrol stations here called Amp Hole without the H. Or the E. I mean, even Jace we've got here in a live stream, he does EQ and post processing to his amp samples, and they do sound godlike. But he makes them sound like they would sound in a mix, whereas I just show you the warts and all, mic'd up straight out of the amp, no EQ, no compression. The most common amp getting repaired is usually a Hot Rod Deluxe JCM900 and Mesa. Yep. Well, guess what we've got? Minus the Mesa, we've got a Hot Rod, or we've got a Blues Deluxe, which is basically a Hot Rod Deluxe. We've got a JCM900 next in the queue. We've got no Messas at the moment. Maybe they're all getting the message. It's an amp repair shop. The guy's pretty good, actually. Good stuff. It's really good to hear about the good guys. I think we should all stick together, because there's plenty of work to go around all of us. Does it work? Yes, it does. Robert Dixon. Cool. Hang on to him for dear life there, Wes. Is he the guy you mainly use, or do you do stuff yourself, or what? Alex is giving the show away. So Alex just finished a crazy project. Reverse engineered a Mark II-C and built an actual board for one that doesn't suck. So he's got all the, as far as I can tell, the same circuit and all the idiosyncrasies of that circuit, but actually on a proper board designed by someone who can actually design a board. Jace makes flattering but honest sounds in his videos. Yeah. I make unflattering but honest sounds, but usually not on video. The tuna helper was delicious. Scruffy, are you eating cat food again? It's for the cats, mate. Leave it for the cats. Doesn't matter how stoned you are. It's not human food. He's eating his strumming. Scruffy actually feeds his cats on video. It's a weird channel, you should check it out. I do stuff myself, but if I'm in over my head, I use Roy Blankenship, good choice, or Paul Morte. I don't know Paul, but I know Roy and he's a legend. It blows my mind that I know so many amazing techs, and I'm just a dickhead in Emu Plains. It still blows my mind. You got bloody having a chat to Roland Lumby, seeing how he's going, and he's bloody 12 months ago he was repairing all the stuff for the Pixies. It's like fucking royalty, and they're willing to talk to a dickhead like me. I find it very very humbling. That's why sometimes when people don't believe my opinion on something, I just laugh to myself, because I'm like, I know all the guys that agree with me, and they're all a lot bigger fish than me, or the YouTube commenter that's attacking me. It just makes you giggle a bit. I still have to power it up, so I'm not that confident. Oh, just hurry up, Alex. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Everything works first go. Don't you know that? Did that screw snap? No, it felt like it did. Might be a bit of Loctite or something on him. You underestimate yourself, Brad. No, I don't. I'm in my brain. I know what it's like. I know what I don't know. It's great hearing an amp at the end of the repair, way better than the curated influencer review. Yeah. That's why I don't think I'll take any repairs where the amp's designed like shit, because even after all the work, it still sounds like shit. And if I make it sound really good, well, it says their brand on it, so I don't get credit for it and they do. Then people go and buy more of their amps when they don't deserve the sales. So from now on, I think any ridiculously designed amps, I'm just going to make the valves conduct, make it produce signal, and out the door it goes, because unless it's for a friend or a good customer, I don't want amps built by fuckwits to sound really good. So, not fuckwits, just amps built by people who don't know how to build amps. They might be perfectly fine people, but in my opinion, it's questionable morally if you're selling stuff when you don't really know what the circuit does. Heater fuse, don't know about that, champions. Let's get rid of these plate loads on this board. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing, can you? Ah! I'll replace the little electro on this board too, because she's pretty close to the action. It's only 85 degree rated. Thank you, Fender. You're always looking out for us, aren't you, champs? Nice coat, dude. Thank you. Looks alright, eh? I think I've lost a bit of weight. Oh, fly's undone. I think I lost a bit of weight since giving up the piss. What do you think? Can't see. I've still got my moobs a bit. A little bit of moobs. Got to work on that. It's getting a bit hot in here, actually. What are we at? 21.5 degrees. That's warm compared to yesterday. Yesterday was fucking freezing. It was the wind chill factor, though. Where's my little Chinese food container? Like the Fixer bass breaker. Oh, hang on, Fixer. That's not a Metallica thing, is it? Oh. Yeah, the bass breakers I just don't touch. A good customer of mine, and she's become a friend over the years too. He's was selling one, and well, I said get rid of that thing while it still works, and she ended up buying a reconditioned high watt off me. Now it's her main rig. She's a rocker. She's a roller. She's right out of controller. And she had that bass breaker on the market for like, I don't know, $600 for like 12 months, man. Word must have spread that they're shit. Speaking of moobs, my niece is nice enough to draw a pic of me yesterday, moobs and all. Super flattering. Oh, that's... well, if that doesn't motivate you to get out there and get fit for it, nothing will. It's almost 100 degrees here where I live. Blur. What's 100? That's like 39 C or something. 100 C to F. 100 C to F. Oh, hang on. 100 F to C. Fuck. God, I need another coffee. F to C. 100 F. That's only 38 degrees. It's nothing. What are you talking about? That's a nice summer day, Wes. What humidity you got, though? Fender. Good one, Lou. Haven't seen that before. Have to redesign the circuit to make it work properly, and then the company that made it gets bent out of shape because you made it work properly. Yeah, that has happened, Joe. Between me and my mates, we've chosen some amplifiers as basis for, well, you know, the Origin thing, for example. Like, Chase bloody went well out of his way to make the Origin sound decent, and I don't know if he's had any blowback from him, but I know Peavy gave one of my mates a bit of blowback for actually making their amp sound good. It says Peavy on it, and you modified it. You're, you know, we're going to sue you because you're trying to sell something for something it's not. It's like, okay, well, try making an amp that sounds good then. Maybe we'll all be happy then. Dude, the state is on fire. Oh, is it? Where are you again, Wes? Are you in California? You got bushfires? Oh, I'm really not looking forward to when we go back to drought. We've had 5 years, basically, of rain. So all the undergrowth is going to be growing like fuck, and plus this measurable average temperature rise since our last bloody heat wave, our last drought. It's going to be fucking hell on earth here when it goes back to drought. It's going to be every fucking square inch is going to burn. I'm not looking forward to it. It's people already can't get insurance here anymore. North LA, shit. I'm taking y'all's advice and selling my Mesa Roadster while it's still working. Good move. Guitars and amps rock. It's not that we hate Mesa, it's just we love you and we don't want you to go broke. Yeah, I think I should sell the JCM 900 with what I've learned from Brad. Well, Lou, the JCM 900, really its biggest weak spot is the capacitively coupled bias supply. If you upgrade that cap, it should be pretty good after that. They're relatively low maintenance amps. They're only sort of coming in now with those caps having started to fail. JCM 2000, that's another matter. Davo's back. How you going, Dave? I'm not leaking snot out of every orifice today, so it's a bit less gross. Thanks for joining us again. I saw your Tone Talk is coming up in, what, 5 days? So I'll be joining you for that. I'll shut up the shop. It's a bit difficult because I do have a retail store in the background, as you can see. So yeah, dealing with customers coming in, but that's alright. I'll just shut the shop and watch Tone Talk. Alright, let's clear these solder holes. Let's clear our holes. I have an 800, so that gets most of my time. As it should, Lou. 800s are fucking wicked. Fucking wicked. Let's disconnect the feedback. I want to get to the underside of this board as well. Generally, you can sort of work on it with everything attached. But the feedback wire is just harshing my vibe, you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Let's go back to the bench cam instead of looking at my stupid head. Just tightening up all the standoffs. And this is made in Mexico, so they are Mexican standoffs. Fucking dad jokes. Not even a dad. That's my excuse. It's too hot to turn on my JMP. Yeah. That is... I remember back in the day when I was rehearsing in my little punk bands and stuff. Little metal bands, and you'd all have 100-watt heads. I had the fucking Tri-Axis and the Simulclass 290, which is okay because the Simulclass ran at like fucking 5% dissipation, like all messes seem to. I was explaining to someone the other day on a Facebook group that they're like, oh, you don't need to rebias because you know, Mesa say their amps are advanced because you don't need to rebias them when you put new valves in. I go, no. You don't need to rebias a Mesa when you put new valves in, is because even the hottest set of valves will dissipate about fucking 12% because they're almost off. So yeah, that's the main reason that you don't have to rebias a Mesa, because they're already biased so cold that you can put any valve in there and it's nowhere near its maximum dissipation. They claim it's some, you know, patentable technology that is just the valve almost being switched off. That's Mesa for you. I kind of feel like the word's slowly getting out, champions. Probably only a matter of time till they try and sue us. One of my local amp dudes is was saying to me the other day, he's like, I don't think you realise the power you guys have got over the amp industry. I go, really? I don't think I'm at that level yet, but I don't think I ever will be, because channels like this are naturally held down because we don't suck the corporate teat. But yeah, I don't know. If word's getting out about products maybe not being what they are promised, then that's a good thing. And a lot of companies, the corporate intimidation thing seems to be, companies are getting bolder and bolder every year with the intimidation tactics. So I think we need to hold them back a little bit, if possible. You got shit like BMW charging a fucking subscription to turn your fucking headlights on and off automatically, or heat your seats. You need to pay a monthly subscription so your fucking seats are heated. Like that, if we don't keep speaking up about shit, that's what the companies are going to do to you. It's going to be the standard. So we need to hold them accountable, legends. I buy triple smoked proper bacon, mate, not streaky tripe. Triple smoked is really nice. Applewood smoked bacon is rocking for BLTAs. Deluxe Reverb with 5-band EQ. I just built has dual bias. Deluxe Reverb with 5-band EQ. Have you got a public link to that amp you built there, Alex? I want to show everyone. If you're an admin, you can post it. Or a mod, I mean, you can post it. You can post links. I remember UK bacon. Sadness. No worries, mate. Gibso's sound business model will save Mesa, yeah. But they get so butthurt. Oh, well. That's Gibson for you. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Thanks, YouTube. I agree. you can send it to me. Just post it, Alex. We've got a thing with stuff. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to do 3 things at once here. Reading things. Yeah, so what was the deal with the Acoustasonic amp we were talking about earlier then? How did people become aware that that was a shill review? Can you guys send me a link or something to whatever video you're referring to? Things? Gibson had their case reversed against Dean? So Gibson's case against Dean was reversed. What was the case against Dean? Can you fill me in? Please? It seems like industry spends its time more concerned with squeezing every last dime out of you rather than putting out stuff you'd be happy to pay with if it weren't complete shit. Yeah, well, it seems to be the way, Eric. I think they're realizing that infinite growth isn't a thing. So to keep earning money, they have to make products that fail, so you have to buy new products. And that seems to be rolled into the fact that they're trying to get away with without using tubes too. So they're realizing that not using tubes actually gives them a good opportunity to make stuff that can fail and not be repaired, because they can have super complicated DSP stuff like the Tone Master. So I hear that the Tone Master's on the do not repair list. That's the word on the street. So if it's in warranty, I think I could use some confirmation, hard confirmation on this, but that's the motherboard, that's the DSP out of a Tone Master. Now see these components down here, they're rows of 3 resistors. The resistors are about the size of a grain of sand. Now if you've ever gigged in a band, you know the shit that ends up in your amp. One drop of humidity or fluid on that board and she's fucked. She is fucked. If you've ever seen Lewis Rossman's videos, you'd know what happens to a board of this scale when it gets the slightest drop of humidity on it. The DC starts electrolysis, and then it starts basically plating the components with ions from the neighboring component that's the opposite polarity. Now you've got chips here. These are all ball grid array chips, so they've got a series of balls underneath. Don't we all? So the only way to replace them is with hot air gun, but you can't replace them because they're not replaceable. Here's the main processor. This resembles a mini version of like a CPU out of your computer. It's got the naked chip there on the substrate, and that's attached to a heatsink. It's got a seal around here, which I guess stops shmoo from getting in under the heatsink. This is all bolted to a heatsink. You've got, I guess these are the 2 memory chips. This is some other controller, I don't know. I haven't looked up the part numbers. This is, that looks like some kind of interface controller. Not sure. But point being, this, if it fails, goes in the bin. And when they stop making it, the whole amp goes in the bin. Because what are you going to do with an amplifier that's got a receiver to take this board? What, are you going to reverse engineer this and make a new one? No, the amp goes in the bin. So, oh, there's 2 memory chips on the back too. So yeah, it's built like a mobile phone, the Tone Master. And they don't disclose this. They don't tell anyone that shit. All they do is give it to review channels, and the review channels go, wow, it sounds so much like the real thing, for 6 months until it blows up. Anything made in China is on the DNR list. Is it? Okay. I didn't know that, but alright. Okay, Gibson sued Dean over the body shape of their Explorer and Flying V that have been making without resistance since the 70s. Like, come on. Do you really have to do it now? Like, it's, yeah, fuck's sake. Gibson won initially, but the appeals court overturned it. It's just petty at this point. The history's already been made, and no one cares about that guitar anymore. People want, like, multi-scale fucking headless things these days, not that shit. Sued over the V and Explorer infringed on Gibson's copyright. Alembic made it obvious with the new name Exploiter. Is that what they called it? I like that. Yeah, mate, it's not like I'm flush with money here in Australia. We get snaked by import costs. It's a fucking ridiculous. Yes, it is. Blah, blah, blah. I didn't know you're Aussie. I thought you were American. Cool. Legend. Where are you from? Yes, it's a guitar. Yummy made, but like I said, it's Yummy FG5 and put a K&K Pure Mini pickup system in the other inexpensive and sound amazing. Okay. My understanding, yeah, okay, we're back where we were. Nothing beats a real 1960s Deluxe Reverb, or even a modern one, but just built like the, you know, like an amp. I mean, to be honest, the Deluxe Reverb layout's not ideal either. I'm working on one that's a better layout. A bit quieter, that kind of thing. What I found most interesting about the Gibson suing Dean is the 335 shape. Loads more 335 type guitars than V's or Explorers. But it was my understanding that you couldn't sue over a guitar shape. That'd be a headstock shape. And that's why, you know, all the lawsuit guitars in the 70s and 80s and stuff calmed down after that. You're in South Australia, oh, you'd be getting smashed by that cold front we just had. So the other thing is, saying Gibson's butthurt, Gibson doesn't have the ability to have feelings because they're a corporate entity. They're just doing it because they see there's money in it, otherwise they wouldn't do it. Oh, I'm on top chat still. Fuck, probably missed half the messages. Sorry guys. Get rid of that. A little board. Anyway, let's do some work, eh? That is why I'm giving my Sunday away. How the fuck did I end up with so many 82k resistors? Got bloody over 100 of them. They were probably cheap. So these resistors are like using the Yagio 1 watt metal films. They're the same size as your usual quarter watt. Do I tempt fate by zooming? She's behaving herself today. Yeah, little Yagio 1 watts metal films. Use them when I can, unless it's a vintage thing. Come on, champion. You can do it. Almost there. Almost there. So I went looking for a replacement camera for the overhead cam. I was going to go with another camcorder. But I was under the impression that the technology had progressed a bit further than it has. So I thought that Sony had some camcorders that had phase detect autofocus. They've got 3, but they're like $6,000 plus ones, which is not happening. Not here, not anywhere. Dean's almost out of biz anyway. There's a reason Gibson didn't go after Yamaha, yeah. Yamaha's a monster. Fucking Yamaha, what, they own like Korg, Vox, what else do they own? Line 6. They own everything. Gotta run. It's jam night with the fellas. Oh, have fun. Have fun not playing your Mesa Roadster. You won't have half an hour to dial in the... you can hang around here for a while, Guitars and Amps Rock, because you don't have to take half an hour to dial your Mesa in now. Funny. Blues Deluxe reissue. Alright, so we're going to jump her out. R23. And see how we go with that. Where are you, R23? R2D2? There you are. Just going to wire it like a traditional Fender output stage. 82k on that side, 100 on the other. Wire it. Configure it. Get out. Get out. Trying to fish the leads out without damaging the through-hole plating. I need to get the camera kung fu a bit better. Sorry, champs. Sony just released the ZV-E2 10.2. Sorry, wait a short while and get it. Wait a short while, get a ZV-E10 first version better. No, I want an A6700. Bus wire? Anyone? There we are. At the moment, Lyle, I'm going to be honest, I'm probably going to stick with the Micro Four Thirds handheld cameras for the moment. This one up here, it's on locked focus, so it does the job. Really, the primary concern is the overhead camera at the moment, because I want to have some better live stream footage. So I think I'll live with the Micro Four Thirds for the moment, even though they're shit. And I'll move to APS-C probably in the new year. Because at the moment the primary objective is getting work out the door. But I do like doing the live streams because there's not a lot of setup work. There's not a lot of, you don't have to like come up with a narrative. You don't have to edit shit. You just hit the camera and go. So for that, I think you guys deserve some in-focus overhead camera action. It's just saying between the camcorder and the dollars. Sony. So the problem with having a lens, like a mirrorless SLR as the overhead, is several fold. Is that a word? I don't think so. The biggest issue being that the zoom range isn't high enough on most lenses, except for super expensive ones, and even then they've got a pretty pitiful aperture range. So you kind of need, like this, the focal length in 35mm equivalent on this thing is like, it's like 12mm to fucking 600mm. It's ridiculous. And that's what you get with a camcorder with a tiny sensor. The other problem with having an overhead mirrorless SLR is often there's not enough preload on the zoom ring. So when you're pointing it downwards, it automatically zooms out because of the weight of the lens elements, just making the lens guts just fall out of it. Sushi time, yeah, that's a good idea, Wes. It's only 10:30 though. I could have sushi for breakfast. Lou, my son-in-law made a batch of Irish Red Ale. Nice. Love Irish Red Ale. Haven't cracked the long necks he gave me yet. Well, you know what to do, buddy. Brad and Lyle, thanks for the live streams. Just finished, what? 2,035-mile drive in 3 days, and the streams helped it go by. Jesus Christ, Rob, where are you going? Are you trying to get away from the law or something? That's a long drive. That's a good son. I went straight to grog. My bus wire is 18 AWG pure copper brad, $9 per 10 meter. Yeah, I got bus wire. I just couldn't find it. That's all. I think it's just twofold. It's manifold. That's the word I was trying to come up with. Serious, Alex? It's manifold. It's a funny word. When something's twofold, but if there's more than two, it's manifold. That's like Aboriginal counting. They go 1, 2, 3, many. So like Wagga Wagga, the town. Wagga in whatever Aboriginal language means crow. So when a town's called Wagga Wagga, it just means there's lots of crows, because they say something twice if it's plural. Because, like, really, if you're just thinking about survival and what do you really need to count for? They didn't, they did basic trade, but it was more about survival. So it's like 1, 2, 3, many. That's all you really need, eh? Let's change out this little cap down here as well. Normally I'm quicker than this because I'm not talking shit to you champions. Manifold, yeah, Damascus steel. So many Damascus steel videos on YouTube channels. And one thing I've noticed too is there's all these copycat channels of that dude that walks around Japan that I watch, Ramblak. There's all copycat channels of him now and they all suck. He's got like a Sony FX3 with like a fucking $3,000 lens. It's like a $5,000 video camera. With a $3,000 lens, walking on the streets at midnight. You can only do that in Japan. You get fucking rolled anywhere else in the world. When I say you'd get rolled, that means you'd get mugged, but in Australian. Come here, I'll fucking roll ya. That's Aussie for getting mugged. See you, Lyle. Bacon is out of the oven. Gotta go. Bacon in the oven. I cooked bacon in the air fryer the other week, and I was actually very pleasantly surprised. And the house had the added bonus that the house smelled like bacon for the rest of the day. Alrighty then. Got the heater balance resistors there. I'll leave them in. There's no cathode follower in this, so probably not the end of the world. I like to put fusible resistors in if there's a cathode follower. I'll just check those screen grid resistors for drift. It's unlikely they're fusible as well. They either go open or not at all. 464, 462, so a little low, but within tolerance. Yeah, it's funny, I don't know the mechanics behind it, but metal film and metal oxide seem to drift low, and carbon film drift high. as they age. Not sure the microscopic reasoning behind that, or if it's to do with them being stressed or what. Just clean the shmoo out of that thing while I got the boards out. How are we going battery wise for the old transmitter? Yeah, still got a bit. Take out the silly cardboard things. The speaker jacks are barely finger tight, not even. Yeah, as is typical. The output standoffs are interesting on that amp. Yeah, it's kind of the only... it's one way of mounting tubes, I'll give it that. Reasonably solid. Saw an Aussie YouTuber streaming in Japan from a 90s Game Boy camera. Yeah? Cool. Hang on, camera... Oh, I guess it's late 90s, yeah. Just the summer is starting in the UK. I'm flying to Australia for 5 weeks. When are you coming, Paul? Where are you going, mate? What brings you to Australia? Just get my compressor orb. Give those valve sockets a quick clean while I'm here. I love all the missing caps here. I haven't put them back in yet. I'm busy, Wes. Next week. Man, these toothpicks are really shit. And these crappy little containers. Like not even a round profile. My mum died of... Oh, sorry, man. Sorry to hear that. So whereabouts are you headed? Rug up, Paul. We're having a shocker. You got to remember who you're talking to there. It's not that cold. I am in t-shirt. G'day, Jesus wins. I'll call you Bird of Michigan. How about that? Bit of shmoo. Nothing too bad though. The output sockets look pristine. Whoop. See you, Josh. Take it easy, champ. Get a dog up, yeah? All that kind of shit. Just so anyone knows, if I say get a dog up, yeah, it means have a drink on me. Because it's like have a hair of the dog, get a dog up, yeah, you know. Oh, I got to put the feedback wire back on. I'm going to Canberra and Bega. Bega! We've got family in Bega, but we're making it a fun trip as well. Going to Melbourne, Cairns, Sydney and Blue Mountains. Well, you're passing right by me, mate. See, Bega's good. Bega's got some distilleries and breweries down there. If you're driving up, I'd suggest going up the... I'll just go up the coast road and drop into the various coastal places. You know, it's winter, but it's Australian winter, so you can still go for a swim. You can still enjoy it. It's so weird, a digital amp with tubes. No, we're working on a different amp, bro. This is a Hot Rod Deluxe. Blues Deluxe, sorry. Yeah, I was looking at distilleries down the south coast yesterday, actually, because I'm on Dry July. I'm just living vicariously through blog sites talking about alcohol. You know what? I really love alcohol, but I don't really enjoy being drunk anymore. And it sucks, because if I could drink all the alcohol in the world and not get drunk, I'd choose that option. good having a buzz, but sucks that you got to stop, you know? Because otherwise you'd be fucking rolling around on the floor. But yeah, there's distilleries down in Bega, mainly gin though, which is a bit of a... Gin's okay, but the problem is the distilleries around here are too young to have any decent whiskey. They don't know what they're doing. They need to get some Scottish talent over there and lay down some bloody good gear. But yeah, there's a bunch of if you're going to try and drop into the sorry, I'll finish a sentence one of these days. Try and drop into the, I think it's Tomakin Brewery. Tomakin? Near Tomakin. Anyway, there's a great brewery there. I ride my bike there and almost died last year because it was such a hectic ride. It was about, I forget how many kilometres, but it was mainly the climbs and the drops that almost killed me. I rode from Bateman's Bay to Maruya last time I was there, and from Bateman's Bay to Tomakin was hell on earth. But then after that, it was really enjoyable because it's all flat. Make some awesome gin cocktails. I'm gonna start getting into it a bit more, I think, Wes, because there's so many gin distilleries around Australia. Because all you really need to do is make some ethanol and then flavour it, right? That's why gin is so quick. Why was it hectic? Because it's fucking hilly, mate. I almost died sucking in the big ones. Sounds schmick, mate. I'll just look it up for you, Paul. So there's if you're going to Bega, you probably want to drop in. If you're driving back up, are you driving back up, or you're not getting a plane from Maruya, surely? It's like a little demountable shed that they call an airport. Bega Brewery. There's a couple down there. There's some good ones. There's Camel's Rock, Frog's Hollow, Humpback Brewery, Longstocking Brewery. There's a whole shitload of them. Camel Rock is one of my favourites. Tathra Hotel has a brewery attached. That place got smashed by the bushfires in 2019. Tom McCann Brewery. Smoky Dan's is another good one. Smoky Dan's. Restaurant, Smokehouse, Cafe and Bar. Browley Brewhouse. That's the one I'm looking for. Champions. This is the legendary one. Right on the beach. A fucking brewery. Excellent. You can go for a swim. Pop over. Have some chicken wings. Have some beer. And really nice environment. They've got live entertainment there. I think Fridays and Saturdays. I think Sundays even as well. Check that place out. You're thinking of Browley Brewhouse. Yes, I am. Thanks, Dad. Where were you 5 seconds ago? 5 minutes ago. Here's a video of me and Dad sitting there having a beer. Where is it? Alright, so let's get this thing back together and give it a test. Well, you got to replace the... Yeah, I've got to finish the main board stuff first yet, but I'm going to do that. Sorry, I'm doing 3 things at once as usual. So we just got to replace the filter caps. We'll get some tube amp doctors for that, and the first stage bypass cap. We'll put a 4.7 in there. I've never had anyone go, oh no, give me back the farty, flabby distortion, please. I really enjoyed it. Everyone that's heard that change has enjoyed it. No one's ever come back. Oh man, looking at my the photos that I've uploaded, about 80% of them have me drinking a beer. Nose is itchy. Sorry, hang on, champs. Alrighty then. Just have a quick look. Downloads. Computer's extremely slow while I'm streaming. Sorry, bear with me. Alright, so here's Dad and I at the Browley Brew House. That's inside, beautiful place. And then here's another one. I can't remember where this one was. It was further down. It was near. There's Michelle going, "What do you want?" Yeah, that's just like in a shed. That was not Sussex Inlet. What's the name of the friggin' place? Just south of Maria Heads, anyway. Can't remember. Mental blank. And then there's me dying after a ride once I went through all the hills. And I hit the flat spot. And from there on, it was pretty good. Here's me struggling to breathe. Yeah, it was a hot day. It's very humid. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Browley, got it, yeah. I'll ping you soon, mate. I used to drink gin and bitter lemon in an attempt to kill the juniper taste. I like the juniper taste, but I think that's a lot like coriander. I mean, gin sometimes has coriander in it too, doesn't it? Coriander and gin, that's like coriander and juniper, that's the dry London gin taste, isn't it? Naruma, that's it. Naruma? No, it wasn't Naruma. Wasn't that far down. Naruma? Maybe it was that far down. Pronounced brulee. Creme brulee. Oh, I can't wait to get down the coast again, shut the shop up for the year. I do like working, but I like swimming in the beach as well. I'm like the anti-Lyle. I prefer to think as little as possible when I'm on holiday. Sometimes. I love driving around Tilbers, Middle Tilber, Central Tilber, Tilber. Yeah. So you've been there before, Crane? Paul Crane. Paul. Fuck. More coffee required. So you've been there before, Paul. My favourite brewery moved states, which bummed me out. Yeah, that does suck. You should have supported them more, Void. You should have been drinking there more. They'd never move. I had a delish coffee oatmeal stout that I craved 10 years later. Coffee oatmeal stout is so good, eh? I love the dark beers. I thought you were riding a motorcycle, not a mountain bike. No, mountain bike, but Wes. Yeah, a ride wouldn't nearly kill me. I've ridden 12 hours straight on a motorcycle, no problem. When you get the pedals involved, it's a different story, buddy. Juniper is pretty much the taste of the gin. Yeah, it's juniper and coriander though, I thought. Coriander. People think it tastes like soap because they're genetically different. Just getting rid of the low voltage regulation componentry because I want to space it off the board. Same old champions. Seen it a million times before, no need to document it. Oh yeah, I get it, I used to race for Specialized in the early 1990s. Friggin' hell, Specialized. We think bloody amplifiers are expensive, champions. You try buying fucking Specialized bikes. 10 grand for a bike, and you got to pedal it still? I don't know. Some are more junipery than others. Yeah, I prefer the real junipery ones. So yeah, or at almost 60, probably not anymore. Bullshit, where's people run fucking marathons at 100? Don't give me that shit. I don't want to hear it. No, I'm not sure it has coriander, otherwise I would like it more. So you like coriander? I like coriander. Awesome on Mexican food, Indian food, that kind of thing. Just got to be careful who you give it to, because some people hate it. Then again, some people hate IPA, so whatever. Whatever. $10K just for the frame. Yeah, for the frame. Yeah, $10K for the frame. It's like, yeah. You want a bike? You got to build it yourself. Sorry. 10 grand. Now. Why isn't this lead moving? Have I got the wrong lead? Ah, it's because it's got the resistor wrapped around it. This is one of their board revisions. Just remove that little thingy. I'm not built like I was in my late 20s. Who was, bro? No one is. Well, I kind of am. About the same build, yeah. That's the beauty of being unfit in high school and getting fitter as you get older. You're always more better shape than you used to be. It's always an uphill trajectory. I was pretty tubby in early high school and lost a lot of weight during high school. Still got made fun of, because once you're the fat kid, you're the fat kid for life, no matter how fit you get. I got really pretty skinny in my 20s though. I guess a solid diet of air and beer does that. You go to the pub with the idea of having dinner. You'd have 3 schooners, wouldn't feel hungry anymore, so you'd have 4 more schooners. You'd forget about dinner and you'd go home and eat 2-minute noodles. Rinse and repeat. Michelle met me right when I was a bit of a I don't know, bit of a bum, I guess. I was renting a house in the middle of like Village Glenbrook, which now is like fucking expensive. It was on its way up then, but hadn't quite made it there yet. And I was always broke because I was paying $400 rent a week by myself. $360 rent it was, in the middle of like Village side of Glenbrook. It'd be more than double that now, but this was like 12 years ago. 13 years ago, something like that. And it was a little shack, and I had a vegetable garden. And I had Michelle over for dinner not long after we met, and I was broke. So I used the vegetables from my garden. I think she thought it was charming, but it was actually, I had no money. I don't know, I spent it on a new clutch or something for my motorbike before payday, and now I was broke. So anyway, I grew lots of chilies. Now, when I was share housing, I was living with these delinquent fucks that all had their parents living down the road, and they were rich, but they never wanted to go home because their parents were a drag, so they'd hang out at my place. And even though I was broke, they'd steal all my food. So I started putting fuck tons of chili and everything, and just built up a resistance to it, so no one stole my food, even though these rich assholes 3 doors up had parents that would give them anything. They chose to steal my food. So I learned to live with a shit ton of chili and everything, and I started growing chilies in the backyard to use for my cooking. Now, it was just a reflex to put heaps of chili and everything, so I was making a green curry, Thai style, westernised Thai, not real Thai, but close enough. And Michelle couldn't deal with the heat, and she got upset because I made the food too hot. She said, I have to eat this too, you know. She eats chili and coffee and drinks beer and everything now. I'm not sure I've changed her for the better, but I sure have changed her. She can ride motorcycles. She's got a license. Never used to touch coffee. Yeah, it's a good move. Did that in college. Jalapenos in every pizza delivered. Well, jalapenos isn't enough, Lou. You need the fucking ghost peppers and shit, which is what I conditioned myself for. And it sucks a bit because another genetic thing is whether or not you get the ring of fire after eating chili. Some people have the enzyme that can metabolize capsaicin, and some people do not. See, Peter, just keep an eye out for the invoice coming through for your Ampere. Gets ready for pickup, and keep an eye out for the video when it's finished. Doesn't sound great, but it sounds like an Ampeg. If you want to do some voicing mods, by the way, Pete, we can do that, but we'll have to do that once you've had a listen. I don't want to go just changing shit before you've had a listen of it. If you liked it how it was, it's probably back to how it was, only not on fire and not noisy. So anyway, I'm one of the people that actually can't metabolize capsaicin, so it comes straight out my bumhole, and it burns on the way out. Burns hard. So my love for chili, you can tell, is genuine because I put up with that just to eat the chili. It's sort of like a hangover though. I'll worry about that later. That's tomorrow Brad's problem. I'm today Brad. I don't have to worry about that. 47 microfarad, 500 volt. We'll put a tatty in there, 105C rated. True, but it kept away the tender, hungry folks. Yeah, some people don't like even the slightest hint of chili, and to those people I'd say, grow the fuck up. Grow up! .22 microfarad. Microfarad. Oh my god, 22 microfarad. We get more of them. Going out of fashion. And this is why there are no women here. There are women here. Mum's here. Shell used to watch, but she doesn't anymore. She gets enough of my bullshit talk at home, how it is. Used to get the occasional comment from Michelle, but it's pretty rare that happens these days. I made the mistake of eating a dried reaper when I was working in a kitchen. Spent the next 2 hours in the walk-in fridge. Yeah. It doesn't kick in that quick for me, but the next day I'll be fucked. I was going to upload a photo this morning, actually. I had a ghost pepper tree. Ghost pepper plant in the backyard. So the story was, this is during lockdown. A lot of my fun stories happened in lockdown. It was an enjoyable time for me. Not for others, I know, but we found this hippie nursery, and half the plants didn't have labels on them because they're like, no, dude, that would be plastic. I can't do that. That'd be bad for the environment. You might leach plastic into the soil, man. So half the plants, you don't know what they are. So they had a sign up that said chilies, and just random chili plants that hadn't fruited yet. So I bought a bunch of them because they're like $1 each. You go to the local hardware and they're like $10 for a freaking single chili plant. So I bought like 10 of them, planted them all out, and most of them were the bird's eye chilies. There was 2 jalapeno ones, which were nice, big, juicy. You almost eat them like a fucking apple jalapenos. Great for the jalapeno poppers in the smoker. But there was also 3 or 4 ghost pepper ones, and bright orange, like day glow, high visibility orange. When they were, like even the birds wouldn't eat them. Birds eat chilies. That's why they change colours. But even the birds wouldn't touch these ones. I have a colostomy bag, so exit burn is an issue for me. But I've learnt a really hot meal will burn when I pee. Shit. For it to make it across the kidney barrier, that's really hot. I didn't know that was a thing, but hey, thanks for enlightening us. Anyway, yeah, so I ended up with like a shopping bag full of these ghost peppers, and what do you fucking do with them? They're that strong. So I dried a bunch of them. They're still in a jar at home. They're like 2 years old, but they're fine. But I had a big blender full of them. I blended up a big blender batch of them. I'll see if I can find the video. It's funny stuff. And I made a hot sauce out of them, which I used a bit of, but it was that strong. It was kind of too strong to even use. Hang on, videos of me. Ugh. Oh yeah, there's that video. I've got to do a remake of this video for the finale of Dry July. Download that. Oh, I can't save it. Damn it. Where's a video of me mulching peppers? Oh, there we go. Just download that video. Oh, Alex sent a photo. Thank you, Alex. I'll show that momentarily. Show us the guts, bro. Give us gut shots. Oh, you did. You did. Okay, never mind. Facebook messages just being an asshole. Jesus, you sent me some photos, alright? How do I download them all at once? I can't. Oh, that's annoying. Download. Oh, I've got to download them because I've got to rotate half of them. Sorry, champs. We'll be with you in a sec. So, is this is on your website, is it, Alex? Serious amplification? I can just give them a link. Unless you haven't posted it yet. Right, where are we? Downloads, refresh. There we go. Alright, desk share.
Peppers. Here you go.
Jesus.
You're your friendly neighbours.
Yeah, you can use chili for you can keep chilies for getting rid of possums.
Weed killer. Pour down to one's throat.
Thanks, Dad.
No, we got a beer, I think.
I think we'll let that settle. It looks angry. That's because it's got the green and the reds in there. It's going to be a cool green.
Dear.
Yeah, gross. So Alex's amp. Hang on. There's the messer. The messy. It's got the filter cap board there. Oh, you're going with turrets. I thought you used a PCB. You went with the turret layout. So that was an old frontman chassis, was it? Oh, you got it made up. That's right. You tried to use a frontman chassis, but the stupid like trapezoidal shape of the thing made it hard. C33 screen filter installed it. Little bit of silicone under each one, not much, just a little bit. Is that salsa? Yeah, it ended up being salsa. Oh, sort of salsa. It was hot sauce I made, and I think I used some of the hot sauce making salsa as well. And it was pretty hot. There's a 4-band equalizer as well. Now, you used... did you use gyrators for that, Alex? I forget. You didn't use inductors, did you? I haven't cleared out the bloody... Too busy talking trash. Anyone build up one of the AA Electronics PCB amps? I don't know who they are. Can you enlighten us? AA Electronics. It sounds like lazy marketing name. Like, you know, when you've got the AAA towing service, that kind of deal, because they think they're going to be at the top of the list. Even though it doesn't really work that way with Google anymore. The last goat Vindaloo I had used 8 Carolina Reapers. Carolina Reapers. Feel the burn. Jesus. I do like goat. I like all the gamey meats. It's the goat. Greatest of all time. My auntie breeds goats, or she used to. Show goats. Kind of a weird thing to be into, but whatever floats your goat. Eight Reapers, my God. It'd want to be a pretty big batch. Wes got me thinking about sushi now. Might go for sushi. Yeah, so yesterday, I got snot leaking out my face. I tell the missus, nah, fuck this, I'm coming home. Can you run the shop for me? So she starts heading down, and then the car fucking stops. So yeah, the Subi's got some issue where the computer's telling it to stop even though it's not giving any errors. Subaru XV cross track. And it starts fine. Idles for about 1 second, and then just, you can tell it just turns itself off again. There's various reports including alternator failure. But who knows what's actually the problem. But now we can't get it to the mechanics because we can't start the fucker. So we've got to get it fucking towed, whatever that's going to cost. That's got inductors on that one. I'm designing PCB, offboard wiring, etc. to get the chassis fab this time rather than bending it myself. You know what would be good? A replacement board for the whole EQ thing that just replaces it with op-amp based gyrators. That'd be good. Be lower noise too, and having those big inductors sitting there. Alright, out of coffee. Can't drink whiskey. So the only option is smoothie. I like blueberries. I like blueberries, me. I'll have that, Brad. Oh, of course. I was just setting you up to self-promote there, Alex. Has she checked the oil? Yeah, the oil's fine, oil level's fine, oil pressure's fine. The thing is, there's no warning lights. If there's anything wrong with it, like just shit that we've overlooked, well, we get it serviced regularly, but yeah, apparently, word on the street, because that's where it's parked, is that it's the alternator playing up. Right, remove the old leads from the old plate load resistors and the first stage bypass cap. Put a new set of 6L6s in there because one of them was ringing. I just had my ESL replaced in my Merc. Common problem, actually. What's an ESL? I'm out of the mechanics game, bro. It's been a while. I don't miss it. I don't miss having to work for 40 hours on a weekend just to get to work on Monday. Yeah, self-promotion, Alex. Tell everyone about what you're building. Sell it. Sell. Stop giving shit away for free. Including to me. Gotta clear my tip. I used 8 because my brother was staying with me at the time and he kept stealing my food. I knew he liked hot curry, so I decided to test how much I knew when he took his first mouthful. Did he finish it? Just out of pure spite? Eight Reapers, man. That's up there. That's up there. Yeah, I'll start doing things for free when I can pay my landlord in platitudes. I'm milking Disney for overtime on this show. Good man. Are you milking Disney for overtime while you're watching me? I'm going to choose to believe that's what you meant, but you probably didn't. For those that don't know, Wes is in the CGI industry. He's the one that's progressively making movies suck more every generation. What was wrong with Thunderbirds, Wes? Nothing. That's what. Mate, I'm never going to disparage anyone for milking a large corporation. Fucking anarchy, bro. Anarchy. Eh. AA Electronics PCBs does a lot of boards, self-proclaimed best in the world. Is that, do they actually write that on their website? Let's have a look. AA Electronics Amplifier PCB. The best PCBs for guitar amps. The best champions. Let's have a look. This is the first time I'm seeing it, along with you. Electronics. Can't see any traces. Is that a single-sider? Don't know. Maybe that's a... No, it looks like a photo. From PCB to amp in no time. All PCBs come with detailed schematics, layouts. I mean, they look the goods. Uncompromised materials. Only HASL finishes 2 ounce copper. Okay, well that's good. Yeah, make it on my boards. Okay, well that's good. Unsurpassed quality. All PCBs are compliant with IPC. Yeah, sweet. So unsurpassed. Rigid construction, 2mm thick. That's good. Fixed solder mask. That's good. Meticulous circuit design. Trace widths and sizing to provide best performance to avoid capacitive effects. That's good. Let's see what products they got. Actually, let's go to the about it. Let's judge them before we see what they offer. Andrea's passion. The 2015 turret. Realizing how tricky it is to get consistent results using turrets and eyelets, he started experimenting with PCB designs. 2021 AA election. Okay. 18 watt. The train, I guess it's a train wreck. The match, I guess that's a matchless. Princeton. Okay. Well, I was going to do one of them. If he's already doing it, I probably won't. $100 for a PCB. They're up there in price. That's not including shipping. Black eye style. Oh, is this having a go at you, Davo? Is he reverse engineered the BE? He's had to put the full stop in there so Fender don't sue him. So I guess this is an AB763, but he's using axials. Why are you using axials? Stop using axials. You fucking won't be able to get them soon, and they're shit anyway. Everyone's obsessed with axials. Yeah, look, axial. Oh, he's got the radial. He's got the footprint for the radials as well, so you can choose which one you want to use. That's actually pretty good. You could have spaced everything out a bit more if you just committed to the radials. If you connect everything on like a loom on one side of the board, you can flip the board up. It's not a big issue. This one's only got axial. So lost points there. What are the margins like? Have we got different net classes? No? All the same net class? I don't see any difference in the spacing there between the ground plane. It might just be that there's no HT on the bottom. I'd prefer HT on the bottom though, because it's away from the components where it could arc through to the resistor casing, that kind of thing. But what do I fucking know? I'm just talking out my ass. So that's axial only as well. I don't know. I'd have to get some on hand and have a look, but they look good. I mean, you know, I'm not going to argue they do look good. As for the best in the world, it's big claims. So it looks like maybe they've got the options of radials on these as well. Hard to tell what those circles are. They look like 3 holes, but it doesn't look like there's a pad there. Not sure. Is that... It's not for cable ties, is it? So yeah, they look the goods. Up there in price, but you know, developmental costs, you got to get your money back for putting time in. But yeah, I'd like to see dumping axials in general, but this is the next best thing, the axial or radial choice. I'd stand by them. They look good. Stand by you. British style. What's this? Brown sound hot rod clones by using a single platform. No need to use separate boards for relays. It will all be integrated. Black Eye 100, Black Eye 50. Okay. I don't know about the legitimacy of these reviews. Fantastic, fantastic, great, fantastic, great, highly recommended, great. Is that like a pre-written option that they can choose, or is that just fake reviews? Great, fantastic, great, excellent, fantastic, excellent. That doesn't look legit to me. Fantastic. That must be a filled in field, because then they've written their comment under it, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt there. I don't know, I haven't bought anything, I haven't left a review, but yeah, it looks a bit sus. And I think I've seen a few names multiple times, but they could have bought multiple products, I don't know. Yeah, that'd be good. If they weren't so expensive, I'll get a handful and check them out. So yeah, £55, that's like $100 here. $25 for an axial cap versus $2. Yeah. Why use axial? Fuck axial. You're getting shit caps and they're fucking expensive. They're like 10 times the cost and they're 10 times the shit. And I'm serious. They are 10 times the shit because they're usually 85 rated. You can get some 105s. I'm using them here. But you've got like 1,000 hour caps for $20 where you can get a 10, 12, 20,000 hour cap for $2. Like, they must be fantastically great. Clearance constraints aren't the best. Yeah, I don't know. Without having a very detailed look at them, Alex, I couldn't comment on it. But they do look well made, and I'd certainly advocate for them over, you know, point-to-point or tag strip construction. Turret. Turrets are okay, but they make using radial caps a pain in the ass. Turrets are okay for one-offs, but if you're making production amps, I'd like to see PCBs. And all the fanboys, vintage fanboys will go, oh, PCB means shit amp. Well, you don't know what you're fucking talking about, so shut your mouth. Axial is easy to replace. Well, it's not though. If you make the thing, so you can flip the board, or you can lay the radials down on their side, or, well, the other thing with axials is you don't know how they've folded the lead over. So there's been many times where I've had an amp come in where someone's tried to repair it themselves. They've tried to replace an axial from the top side only. I'm looking at you, Mesa Boogie. And they've ripped the whole fucking through plating out because the lead's folded over at 90 degrees. So when they rip that thing out, it rips the whole eyelet out of the through hole plating. So that's way worse than just lifting the board. Even if it is axial, I still like to lift the board. I don't like soldering from top only. Hey Brad, Leviathan, Scorpion Pepper and Pineapple Danishes make you a real man. Fuck, I need some chili now after all this talk. Where am I going to get something hot for lunch? I can tell Michelle's not watching. I'm down here by myself without a vehicle at the moment, so if I want anything to eat, I've got to go for a walk. Pretty fucking long one too. Unless I just go to Subway. Maybe I'll go to Subway and just have a wrap entirely consisting of jalapenos. He asked me a lot of info and questions for his solo board. Oh, did he? Was he coming to you for information, Alex? Interesting. See, mate, you're behind the scenes making shit happen. Why did you fucking help him? He's making $100 a board now. What did you get out of it? Did he pay you? This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you, but you're not listening. 470 ohm. Put some lightweight. Let's put some 7 watters in there because we've got no advantage of, you know, using a smaller value cap. Fuck, I can't speak. Using a smaller value resistor, there's no fusibility that we want there. We just want it to dissipate the heat effectively in a larger surface area of the 7 watter. Makes that possible. So, Alex, I think you're having a bigger influence on people than you realise. And you need to make sure that you're compensated for that. Because these people won't give you a fucking dime if they make $1 million on what you've told them. So you need to make that dime. I'm not letting you wind that transformer for free either. You can get fucked if you think that. I'll come down there and punch you in the face. We'll have beers first though. We'll have 1,000 beers, then I'll punch you in the face. I'm just about due for another trip to Melbourne. Tell you what, when I get my new motorcycle, whenever that is, I'll come for a ride down. I'll see you. New Triumph Speed Triple. I'll come for a ride down to Melbourne. Couple of 1N5353s. I ordered a whole fuck ton of them. Where are they? There we go. Ordered myself 100. I'll give you 2 laptops for free then. No! Self-winding transformers. So awesome, man. Got a bail, lads. Jobs don't do themselves. Damn it. Why not? See ya, ba-ba-ba. Yeah, but self-promotion, Alex, is what you do before you make the money, and then you make the money. First you get the drugs, then you get the money, then you get the women. What was that out of? Scarface? Something like that. Always love a Trumpy. Yeah, Trumpies are great. Got my little forming leads there. They're really chunky leads on these. They're hectic. I hope they fit through the hole. I have that problem a lot. Let's find out. Yeah, they're chunky. They fit nicely though. So if I was designing an amp with diodes running near their rating too, I'd mount them on a big plane, even if it's not a ground plane, something to dissipate the heat, because these big fat leads, they're actually designed, it says so in the data sheets, to dissipate energy through the lead into the PCB. So generally you'll find on well-designed circuit boards, which this is not, there'll be a big plane there acting as a heat sink to distribute the heat from the diode into the board and then into the air. TKs. Do I owe you an email, TKs? Did I see an email come through from you and I missed it? Sorry, I've been so busy. Getting a dozen emails a day amongst 50 spam emails a day it's hard to mentally figure out what you got to respond to and what you don't. I'm just doing my tax and found the receipt for those boards I bought from you. Fuck, that was nearly a year ago. Still haven't finished it. Story of our life, TK. Story of our life, buddy. Big plans. Not enough hours in the day, especially in winter when you just want to hibernate. I found it really hard to do anything past like 5-6 PM because the short daylight hours, the circadian rhythms are all fucked up. I just want to sleep when it's not light. Summer's great. It doesn't get dark till like 9 PM. Fucking awesome. You're at the brewery looking for another beer, and they're like, "No, we're shutting up." I'm like, dude, the sun's still up. Alright, let's get down to the next size tip. No, all good. Yeah, I'm just looking for good substitutes for mesa tantrums. No mesa tantrums here this week. I haven't got any mess. Ah, you fucker. Haven't got any messes at the moment. Maybe I fixed them all. Maybe people are just sick of my whinging. Just use film caps. Oh, mesa tantalums. Yeah, just use. You can use film caps or for the like. They love 1.5 microfarad caps for some reason. So just use some V-Shays from DigiKey, Mouser, or CE Distribution. Preferably the 105 degree rated ones. They're longer life. Okay, this lead-free solder is shitting me. MKT, there you go. He's on it. F50. Oh, what other problems have they got? I think they use underrated DC heater supply diodes on that as well, which overheat the board and destroy the traces. F50. So that's the one with the two 6L6s, isn't it? And the F30 is the two, not two, 4 EL84s. Mesa are very loose and with their power ratings too. Like their 150 watt amps put out like 80 watts. So, you know, Mesa lies. What's new? I ordered more caps than that. 25 volt, 35 volt. Two 6L6s, underrated power transformer too, yeah. I think that might be one of the ones that's only meant for 60 hertz, 60 hertz mains. Not sure. Let's have a look at my job sheets. What happened to the last F50 that I did? Done quite a few of them, I think. Whether or not my record keeping's on point, I don't know. That's a F50. Mark II, Road King, base 400, 525, 22 caliber, DC2. I know I've done some F series because they're very similar to the caliber series. I can't find it, man. Might have been before I went to zero. Shit. Triple rectifiers, yeah. Got the schematic for it. Choose unless you've made one that's better. Yeah, Mesa schematics are always wrong. I don't know if it's incompetence or obfuscation or a combination of the two. I'm guessing a combination of the two. Some new niches. The house between two hot diodes. They're 105 rated and they're 10,000 hours, so they'll be good. Well, that was a nice refreshing change. We didn't have to repair any traces because it's a good quality board. Extremely rare Defender. Alright, let's get this board back in, we'll see how she do. Actually, I'll clean the flux and stuff off it first. Oh, gave myself ice cream headache again. God damn. Ow. That's why I muted you. You don't want to hear my sucking action. That's for OnlyFans. So I brought down some stuff to make myself a fake whiskey highball. So I might have one of them later after lunch, whenever I have lunch. Probably the only option is Subway unless Michelle comes and gets me. Nothing else open on a Sunday. Within walking distance. I do walk crazy distances, but not if I'm coming back. Take it to a gig, people start laughing at the amp, and then boom, sounds amazing. That's the way. No one steals it that way too. People see a nice Friedman on stage or something, and everyone's trying to figure out how to run home with it. Bit of sticky schmoo. Air compressor. Wherefore art thou? Maybe I'll see if Michelle wants to go to Goji for lunch. There's a sort of Japanesey, Chinesey chain here that sort of does a bunch of Asian influenced foods. I think we're having the family over for dinner tonight, so we've got to go shopping. Might go there for lunch on the way. Just gotta get some amps out the door, champions. They're coming in faster than I can do them. I've pretty much relegated myself to not getting the motorcycle back on the road and just getting a new one. The other day I decided I'm going to take my chainsaw to get repaired. And I thought, am I even a man anymore? Don't have time to repair my own chainsaw. I felt kind of a fair bit of shame in that. But then I'm like, I don't know, I just don't have time. So what do? Do you stop working here and stop taking work in so you got time to live life and repair shit in your own time? Or do you just work here and get the money and just use that money to pay someone else to fix your shit? I'm leaning towards the latter. Because otherwise I've got to turn people away, and everyone looks at you like you shot their dog when you turn them away. Oh, but what am I going to do? I need someone else. You got to tell me who else can fix it. And it's like, well, sorry, man. Can't really do it. There you go, Scotty. What's going on, champion? Been trying to get in touch with you, buddy. Maybe you can answer the questions for me now, actually. Let's get it out of the way, Scotty, and I'll send your package off. Send off your package. All right. Let's just have a look at our chat. 1 second. Scotty. Where are you? There you are. Oh, come on, computer. It's not that fucking hard. It's just the internet. Alright, so you want 2 right angle TRS 1/4 inch jacks, 2 straight 1/4 inch jacks. So I'm assuming you wanted both of them TRS? Answer me that first. 2 right angle RCAs, the good ones, for the Princeton Reverb and send and return. Okay, so you want 2 right angle RCAs, but what about the other end? Do you want 4 right angle RCAs because you've got 4 connectors? You've asked for 2 right angle RCAs, but you'll need 4 of them, won't you? For the tank end and the amp end. Unless you're using straight ones that you've already got in stock for the tank end, but I'd suggest using right angles there as well. Whatever you recommend for a bias adjustment pot for the Princeton. Yep, I've got a 25k Fender style pot. I've got a Burns 50k in there at the moment. No resistors. No resistor as a protective resistor should it shit itself, so not good. So you got to rewire that so it's a resistive divider with the pot on the bottom end, and if the pot ever goes open circuit, it'll just go to the most negative voltage, so it'll just sound crippled, but it won't blow up your output valve, output stage. As for the can cap hole, I've got to send a profile of that to my mate who does laser cutting. I've got to get one made for mine as well, so when I do that, I'll post one out to you. It's only in an envelope. It's very thin. It's just like 1mm alley or steel or whatever. Probably just go alley. Well, I'll probably go 1.6mm alley. Fusible resistors, yep, they're in the bag, all good. Let me know if there's anything else you need, and I'll send that off tomorrow, mate. Yes, please. TRS. Okay, and 4 right-angle RCAs. Excellent. Dr. Gear. Can't say that sharpening chainsaws are a fun hobby. Might as well pay someone else to do it. You know what? Sharpening chainsaws. My brother, he smokes a joint and he fucking gets off on it. Eh? He loves sharpening chainsaws when he's stoned. So I just give my chainsaws to him and he gets stoned and he sharpens them. Just like, I think he's a bit autistic at the best of times, but having a few joints really makes him focus on shit, eh? Hyper focus. But yeah, it's not the chain that's the issue. It's that I start it and it goes and it's got power, but then it dies shortly after. Now, it's not the fuel system. What I have narrowed it down to is there is possibly a leak between the carby and the cylinder head from the rubber aging and either cracking or shrinking in the little boot between the cylinder head and the carby. But trying to get to it is a fucking nightmare. I've actually got to follow an instruction to... You got to take the whole thing apart to take the carby off, and it's a real pain in the ass. So, do I sit down and figure it out and learn another useless skill that's going to serve me once in my life, or do I just give it to someone who does it all day and can do it fucking 10 times quicker? It's a bit like people working on their own amps and bringing them here half fucked because they try to fix it. I don't want to be that guy. So, yeah, but that's how bad the repair industry is, Brad, full of dodgy buggers. What were we talking about there? You're a contributor to the economy. Small engine repairmen need to eat too. That's the way I thought about it, Jim. They're just around the corner. They're a local business. And they're good guys. I want to support them as well. I said, don't worry what it costs. Probably costs more than the thing's fucking worth. It's only a Husqvarna 236. It's probably a $400, $300 chainsaw that's obsolete now, but I don't want to throw it out. There's nothing wrong with it, except for the fact that like one thing's wrong with it. Just fix it. I don't care if it costs $300 to fix it. There's maintenance costs as well. It probably needs a new bar. I have abused it. I did cut down a whole liquid amber with it once. Massive liquid amber tree. It was like this. And I cut it down with a little 236. Took a while, but I got there. It was good fun. That was back when I had nothing to do but drink and do dumb shit on the weekends. Good times. Fighting through a pile of amps, Terry. COVID messed with my time management. It is already as bad as it is. Have you got a pile of amps to catch up on there, Alex? Are you talking repairs or finishing builds? Good to hear from you, Six. Everyone's been worried about you, mate. Everyone's been asking about you. We're all here for you, buddy. You got to carry on. You got to keep battling. There's no choice. You got to do it. I'll come in and get the remainder of your Vox amps off you and your orange amps. Like we discussed. Let's do it once I can have a beer with you, eh? We'll go to the Duke. We'll go drain the Duke of beer. Alright, so all the pot and jack connections on this are actually still good because it's through plated board. So if you're going to get a hot rod, well, in Blues series amp, it's still got the heat issues with the low voltage supply, but the circuit boards on these are really good quality. So if you're going to get one, try and get the Blues Deluxe reissue. That's what I'm telling you. Have you watched Rift Amps videos? Yes, I have, and he's a cool guy. He's very personable and very polite and happy and stuff. Not quite cynical enough for my requirements. Howdy all. Truth be told, I'm not in a great place. This video I've shot, I just need to upload it. Unfortunately, things have been getting worse over the last few days. That's not good, brother. We want you to stick around with us. We need your help. I'm just sort of buffing the board because you get as much as of the residue off as you can from the flux. But there's always like 0.01% that leaves a haze on the board. So doing that just sort of buffs the haze back off. Wax on, wax off kind of deal, you know? You know what I'm saying? You're in the same place, Joe. I didn't know that, buddy. Part of the reason I do these streams is so everyone can have a bit of a catch up and speak their mind and hang out and just to... It was always supposed to be, I put on the earliest videos, it's like a little pub that you can go to and hang out. And you can talk nerdy shit that maybe your current mates don't particularly have any interest in. So it's mainly a place to hang out more than anything else, which is partially why I don't give a fuck about the commercial side of it, or I don't give a fuck about people being offended, because I'm speaking to you as if I was in a bar having a beer with you, and that's always going to be the case on this channel. I don't care about the money, I don't care about any of that. It's a place to hang out and catch up with mates. A little bit of schmoo. Just going to put all the trash in a little bag that I'll give back to the customer. Little baggie. Trash bag. That was my name in high school. No, not really. That was Tiny Bit Mighty, wasn't it? I'd love to have a beer with you too, Wes. I'd love to have a beer with Duncan. 'Cause Duncan's me, mate. Do you guys know Slim Dusty? So the stream bit is the beer. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, Tezza. Terry, I don't know where you're from, but if you're in Australia, your nickname would be Tezza. Saturday night, 10 PM. That's right, bird. Do you actually live in Michigan? Who here lives near Portland, Oregon? Anyone? I want you to do me a favor. I want you to go to the Westwood Distillery and drink your body's weight in alcohol, preferably the cask strength rum cask, and then come back and tell me how good it was. Maybe not your body's weight, you'd die. Slim Dusty and Chad Morgan, yeah, Aussie legends. Michigan. So Michigan's not far from Portland. Do you drink, bird of Michigan? One place I want to go. It's not really on everyone's tourism checklist, but I want to go to Portland, Oregon, and I want to drink some whiskey in the distillery of Westwood. So if you guys heard the pub with no beer, well, there's nothing so lonesome, morbid or drear than to stand in the bar of the pub with no beer. Great song. It's like our unofficial national anthem. Can't bad alcoholism. Oh, okay. After you get stabbed in Portland, is it? Portland's not that bad, is it? It wouldn't stab me. I already look like a bum. What are they going to steal from me? Anyway, you guys don't stab over there, you shoot, don't you? Brad, you need to still... Oh, Terry, there's too much in it, man. Reading the books about what makes the whiskies that I drink unique, there's so much in it, dude. Like, I don't need another lifelong hobby. I've got enough of them how it is. I'll just drink it. I got into homebrewing for a while. Not as bad as LA or San Fran, but still not nice. I hear Seattle's really nice. Don't know. I'm probably gonna. I want to catch up if I go over there next year. I want to catch up with my mate Karen Murphy in Akron, Ohio. I've got to go. I got to go to see Lyle and hopefully Robert Hull in Tennessee, and I've got to try and get to New Orleans because it sounds like my jam down there. Seattle is nice. I like the weather. From what I hear, Seattle weather's pretty similar to Australia, Sydney. Sydney's sort of the Seattle of Australia in terms of weather. What do you think of High West? I haven't had it yet. I've got to try it. Portland is a good 1,500 miles from Michigan. Yeah, but you're talking to an Australian. So 1,500 miles is fuck all. We go that far to take our bin out for collection. Someone's selling a Lazy J here in Sydney. I bet they are. They probably saw my video. Care to put up the link? Should fucking buy it and go, look, this one's the same. You fucking weirdos. I should buy it and then just fucking burn it just so there's one less out there. Who knows? He could have picked up his game, although he didn't from 2013 to 2020, so I don't think... No, 2008 to 2020. I'll be very upset if you don't come to LA to see me. 5,800? Fuck off. What is it? That better be the 20, not the 10. Although I prefer to own the 10 because there's less dumb shit in it. Put up a link, champ. Put up a link. More of a wheat than rye type of whiskey guy. My taste is probably not the same as yours. I like both. I'm not really locked into anything, Jim. Like, I appreciate everything for what it is. Like, I'll drink sake, bunch of stuff. The only stuff I don't really like is the overpriced generic blends because they're just taking the piss. 20 with matching extension speaker. Ooh, really make sure the transformer's ready to explode. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I wonder if they put up sound samples. Probably not. Not memories, you fucking piece of shit. Marketplace I clicked. Just because it starts with the same letter, it's not the same thing. Lazy J. Fuck, it'd be funny if it was that dude that hates me. Is it that dude? No, it's someone else. $5,800. Although with the extension cab, selling my Lazy J in the studio, never gigged. I've got a feeling there's a lot of Lazy Js that have never been gigged. The interesting thing is that both the volume controls are interactive. Well, of course they are. It's a fucking 5A3. The volume of the channel you're not plugged into has an effect on the tone tightness of the channel you are plugged into. In other words, if your guitar is plugged into the bright channel, the normal channel volume affects the way the bright channel responds. This is subtle, but definitely audible. The bright volume turned all the way up to any given setting and the normal volume off, you can hear the sound of the bright channel alone. By turning the normal channel about halfway, you have an increase in low mids. By turning the normal channel, yeah, it just works like a 5E3. The amp is set up with a GZ34 rectifier and a pair of 6L6s in the power amp. Yep. However, a different feeling character of the amp will take a 5x3. We'll take a 5x3 and a pair of 6V6s without the need of rebiasing. Yeah, that's because it's biased for 6V6s and they just plop 6L6s in there. An optional feature can be added. Okay, so it doesn't have the variable voltage. Yes, it does. An optional feature that can be added to the amp in place of the ground switch is okay. So he's just copied and pasted the whole thing from the website. Upon request, a Lazy J reverb module can be added to the amp. Yeah, he's just copied and pasted the whole spiel from the website. I thought he was actually giving his opinion there for a minute. Oh, well, he's also selling a $15 Lazy Susan. So he's got a he's got a Lazy J and a Lazy Susan. Or maybe that's just coming up in the search results. Lazy J. Oh yeah, Lazy Susan. No, that's from Albury. Never mind. It's me being an idiot. Moving on. Canadian blends win. What? Win what? Win the shittest fucking whiskey. Sure they do. Never been to West Coast. Well, I guess I've never been to West Coast of Australia, but there's nothing there. Now I've got pub with no beer stuck in my head. Looks nice at least, but probably a scam, like always on Marketplace. I don't know, Joe. Usually the scam, like if you found a scam for that amp, it would probably be listed at like $2,000, $3,000. Because people are idiots. They'll go, oh, it's probably a scam, but it's worth a try. And then before you know it, they're putting up a post that their account's been hacked. I mean, those amps, the Lazy J amp, if you took out if the transformer hasn't cooked itself yet, which it will, if you took out the 6L6s, replaced it with 6V6s, you'd be in the clear. After that, it'd probably be a fine amp. You have to go through and check everything, of course, but that's the biggest issue with them. The heater current on the 6L6s melting the transformer, and the fact that there's another 3 12AX7s, so another amp there, 300 mil per tube, and then another whatever difference between 6V6s and 6L6s there is. But yeah, whatever. Carrying on. Go-to whiskey is Wild Turkey 101 or Monkey Shoulder. Monkey Shoulder's not bad, eh? It's got hints of banana, like banana bread. I was pretty pleased the first Monkey Shoulder I had. And for an affordable whiskey, it's actually really good value. Get to the west coast of Australia, fella. There's nothing there, but that nothing sure is something to be seen. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like going to places where there's nothing, to be honest, Scotty. Floating around in a boat with a line in the water, just like you do, is kind of my bag. Not that I know fuck all about fishing. I don't really want to catch anything. Now, for that kind of money, just give me a call. Yeah, that's exactly it, Alex. Imagine what you could do for 5-6 grand. Unrelated, just saw that mains cable. Do you pat test equipment there? I do with the Mega. The biggest one's just a visual check. But it's a bit of a wank, the old pat testing, because what happens if they shut their tailgate on it? You've just put the tag on it, and now what? Are you liable for the damage that's occurred to it in the last 5 minutes? It's kind of just a box ticking exercise for the clipboard warrior types, like Elijah Craig. I've seen that too. Glenn Hanna owned a Lazy J, one of his favourite amps. They do sound very good, design issues aside. They sound good when they're biased good, but they're not biased good, so they don't sound good. They sound good if you don't overdrive them at all. They sound okay, like not great, but they just end up in this horrible crossover distortion hell because they're biased at like 30% or something in a cathode biased amp. So as soon as you push them, they just fall over, and it's not a nice fall over. And they don't have phase inverter grid stoppers. Yeah, pretty flubby, to be honest. Not my bag anyway. Sounds like a cheap fuzz pedal when you push it, and that's actually shown on all the demo videos. But the thing is, a lot of these artists that have one, you don't know what they've done to it. They've probably had it fixed up like I did for my customer. Don't know, legends. Don't really care anymore either. I'm not working on any more of them. Fuck them. They can catch fire. Send them back to the UK. I won't tell you how much I did that amp for them, Brad. Yeah, please don't, Alex. That Australian price looks quite lofty for a Westwood cask strength, $100. That's pretty average now, Jim. There's really not a lot of single malts you're going to get your hands on for less than $100 anymore. Oh, $199. Westwood cask strength. Well, hang on. Where are you looking at that from though? There's a lot of rip-offs. How you going? Yeetie. Tanner. Look out. Nick's whiskey. Nick's wine. There's a new one I'm going to try in here too, which I'll order when I'm not going to order whiskey now because I'll just fucking hate myself until I can crack it open. This one here. I've been interested in this one, rum cask. 55%. I haven't heard of it before. It's a Highland. So I'm interested in that. I'm interested in stuff I haven't heard of before, and it's got a decent score there. But again, Nick's Wine Merchants. I don't know how much you trust them. It's generally the stuff I've followed them has been pretty good. But all right, so let's look up Westwood American whiskey. Maker. Varieties. Oh, sorry. Portland, Oregon, Texas. There we go. Single malt, 124. Pinot Noir cask, 160. Stout cask. That's one I was looking at. 89. But the cask strength has got cask strengths always get a better score because it's cask strength. The cognac sourdough single malt. I don't know what that's all about. Everyone's getting a bit creative. No age statements on any though, so I don't know. This one here was my favourite. Westwood rum cask strength. Yeah, so that was the one. I didn't pay $199 for it. I paid like $120 for it or something because I was part of the whiskey club at the time. I was part of them for like 3 years, and then they just started taking the piss when they were offering bottles of Fuji, just single malt Fuji for like $160 a bottle. When I bought a bottle of it in Japan for like $48, I was like, "Fuck you guys! You guys are just getting stuff that's not on this local market, just doubling the cost." And then telling us it's exclusive, and then some of it's found its way into other sellers and for a fraction of the price that the whiskey club was selling. So they were just selling pretty well standard malts towards the end there, and just reaming the fuck out of us and telling us that we should be thankful for it. So I dropped them. But yeah, the one thing they did source for me they set aside some of this. I should have probably stayed with them just for that, because that was one of my favourite whiskies I've ever had, and I can taste it just thinking about it now. And it sucks because I may never get to taste that again. But it's one of those things. You like Islers or peated? Yeah, damn straight I do. I actually started on Ardbeg 10 was my first bottle. And it was very, very intimidating when I first opened it. I'm like, oh shit, what have I done? When I first started drinking whiskies like neat, I couldn't really take them. It was like too much of a sensory overload. It was intense, and I thought, I'm just being a pussy. I've got to figure out how to deal with it. And slowly you get used to it, and you start to taste the stuff under the burn. And fast blow 1.6 amp. Not a fan of peated. That's $99 here out of a price range. Yeah, it's up there, but I don't sit down and drink a whole bottle though, Jim. I have a taste and put it away. The end of the week, I work 70 or 80 hours a fucking week just to keep the lights on, so I think I deserve it every now and then. Not really into peat, smoke, and heather. Come on, man. That's where the best stuff is. That's right. Taste is taste. Whatever you like, mate. Whatever floats your boat. There's no right or wrong with whiskies. It's like music, you know. Someone tells me I'm a bad guitarist. I'm like, you'd probably call Kim Gordon a bad guitarist, because they don't play like fucking whatever blues boomer band champion you're fucking obsessed with this week. Whiskey's like music. Whatever you like is correct. You're always correct. Yeah, still going, Pete. Can't get away that easy, mate. I've got to catch up for yesterday. Got nothing done all day. Just sat around feeling sorry for myself. Alrighty, champions. Let's put some new valves in there and we'll give her a quick test. Glenmorangie, didn't. It was very agreeable, but too agreeable. It didn't punch me in the throat enough. Your best mates every now and then will punch you in the throat. Hellier's Road. I got a bit burned by Hellier's Road because I was at a restaurant once and I asked for one. And then on the bill it was like $45 for 30 mils. I'm like, fuck you guys. And it's not Hellier's Road fault, it's the restaurant. But I don't argue shit like that. I just pay it and never go back. Alright, pay it. See ya. See ya, never. Like wheated bourbon. It's too sweet for a lot of whiskey drinkers. I was looking at the Blue Corn Balcones, because Balcones is a Texas-based distillery, and I really like their Texas malt. It's 50-something%. And they've got a Blue Corn one. I thought, oh, might be interesting. I just like anything that's a bit different. I don't drink Chivas Regal or any of that crap. It's all just overpriced, unimaginative horse shit. I went to Hellier's. Nice. Is it down that way, Alex? Where is it? See, I knew I'd start talking about whiskey. Still got bloody 13 days to go or something. 12 days to go. Now I'm getting this a lot. JJ's out of the box with corrosion on their leads. Black, dark grey corrosion. Like the plating's worn through. Not encouraging. Where are they storing them? Shivers his swill, yeah, it is. And Johnny Walker and what was the other one? All the famous ones. They're just meh, boring shit. Maker's Mark. It's the only cheap whiskey. Maker's Mark's actually not bad, to be honest. I had one a couple of months ago in just neat, and didn't mind it. Not the hugest bourbon fan, but not super into Islers, but once in a while, like Lafroig. Yeah, that's spelt right, I think. Lafroig. Jack Daniels. Oh, Jack Daniels, Jim Beam. Jim Beam's pretty fucking terrible. Jack Daniels is very average. I don't mind if you're looking at affordable American whiskies. I don't mind Basil Hayden's. Basil Hayden's is alright. If it's not Costco, I don't need it. Costco had some really good deals happening about 2020. Maybe they knew everyone was at home drinking. But then all the good deals stopped and now they've just got trash. Shell loves going for a trip out to Costco. There's one about 40 minutes from here. Yeah, Jack Daniels do the whole marketing bullshit as well. Oh, Devil's Cut. Oh, it's the one that got away. Yeah, fuck off. Ain't got no time for it, champions. Costco's in Oz, yeah. They're not everywhere, but they're here. We got the stupid hot dogs and shit there as well. We've got one. It's next to IKEA, so we can do all our weird foreign shopping in one place. I do like walking around IKEA. I don't know what it is. I don't really buy anything from there because it's all trash, but Walmart, Sam's Club, no idea what it is. We don't have Walmarts, no. You can't just buy guns at a supermarket here, no. Crown apple is very addictive to me. Too many angry rednecks at Costco. So Costco here is based in a very Asian and Indian sort of area, which is Rouse Hill. So you go there and it's mainly people of Asian and Indian descent. Very pushy, but like, you know, they came from fucking India, so it's kind of expected. You kind of got to be pushy there. But no one's really angry. Most like Caucasian Aussies just walk around going, fuck, this place is weird the whole time. Where you can go and you can buy a box this big full of croissants and then you eat 2 of them and they're already stale, so you throw the rest out. Bought a Kirkland brand scotch there and it was pretty decent. So they got Kirkland at Aldi as well, I think. Isn't it the Aldi brand? Kirkland's Aldi, isn't it? You don't want AWOL, man. Yeah, that'd be the Australian version. AWOL. What's on the primary champions? Oh, I hope that's not right. Because that would be very bad. 0.7 meg. Is it my lead? No? Oh, hang on, I'm looking at the wrong fucking meter. That's the one on the B+. Don't care about the resistance, I care about this resistance. 81.4 on one side, 105.8 on the other. So let's get my notepad. Actually, I'm going to go for a wee, so I'll insert another ad. This is going to be an all-dayer, champions. We're going to be here for hours. I'll be right back. Ah, well, I got vocals? Yep. Who comes up with these names? Dunno. Children. We need to be more like Juan. Hello, mate. You're only 1 minute late. Don't worry about it. We need to be more like Japan and have no licensing laws, so we can just sell piss anywhere. So I could sell whiskey out of the shop. Wouldn't that be fucking great? Listening to in the background over here in New Zealand, I like Booker's. Yeah, Booker's is good. Baker's is good. I like Baker's. Booker no. Basil Hayden's, Knob Creek. Yep, Knob Creek's good. Don't mind Jim being black. Haven't had that. Woodstock. Woodstock. Whew. That's good for a mixer. Anyone buy a thread locker from Temu? No. Things like that you don't want to play with. Critical stuff like that. I haven't bought anything from Temu because I think it's a fucking scourge of society. But anyway, I might be seen as a bit extreme. I'm going to boil a kettle, legends, and make a cup of tea. Cup of tea. I've got some Bushmills Black Bush down here, but because it's dry July, I can't touch it. It's alright. I mean, it's just to fucking blend. Yeah, there's a reason it's still almost full. It's not amazing, but it's okay. That's for the nights when I'm here till friggin' 10 o'clock doing paperwork. I have one of them. A cup of tea. That's what I'm doing. Una wee copy. Oh shit, have I got milk? Whew! Yeah, I've got milk. Right, is this thing going to blow up? The TMU slogan is so gross. Shop like a millionaire. Yeah, like millionaires buy $2 Googars off the internet. Fucking dumbasses. Bookers has gotten insanely expensive here. Double what it was before COVID. Oh, man, that sucks. Let's have a look. Booker. One of my customers actually got shouted a tour and a family dinner with the Bookano's offspring. There was a company that I installed their PA system for, and they're very tied in with the US whiskey scene and go over there all the time. And they got a restaurant at... God, I'm blanking on it. Not Woolloomooloo. Barangaroo. They got a restaurant and bar at Barangaroo, and a jazz bar around the corner, and a country and western bar around the corner from that. So 3 venues in the middle of the city. So they buy quite a bit of whiskey. So they got given the royal treatment when they went to the States. $134. That's not too bad. If it's good, I think that's worthwhile. No reviews. ABV may vary. Batch may vary. Limit 3 per customer. Really? 63%. Shit. Typically around 60, however, ABV may vary batch to batch. Well, that doesn't sound like consistency, does it? Add to cart. I'll try it out. Bookers was 42 US before COVID. Yeah, but we get absolutely bent over on tax here as well. They're trying to tax people away from drinking, whereas they just go broke and drink anyway. Kirkland is Costco, right. First time you mentioned Weller, I thought you were referring to the soldering irons accessories. Yeah, I was. Oh, you're talking to Jim. Sorry. Did you hear about the federal court decision in the US to allow home distilling? What? It's not allowed over there. You can distill here. It's just... It's like a limit. Oh, that's what I was getting. My notepad, wasn't I? Yeah, I'm not sure what the limit is, but I don't think anyone really cares. You just do whatever you want. Just don't advertise it to the whole world. I really want to see more distilleries have a go at whiskey, though. So many do gin, but no one really touches whiskey because it's hard. Single Powerball. Oh, we're up to the last page of my notebook. I've got a new one there ready to go. It's always good having starting a fresh new notebook. Oh, the possibilities. Not allowed here without licensing until now if you're a member of the Home Distilling Association. Really? It's 110 this morning. So it's gone from $42 to 110, Wes. US. So we're actually getting a better deal than you guys, because 110 in Australian dollars is like 175 or something. So we're actually getting it cheaper than you guys. Is that the same stuff though? The 60%ish stuff? If anything, that would be more expensive, you'd imagine. Need so much storage for all the barrels. Well, if you got that many barrels, you probably got a lot of money, so it doesn't matter. Some old prohibition laws were never repealed. Yeah, so they can just arbitrarily implement them if they don't like you for some other reason. Fender. Why am I writing Fender? I know what a Blues Deluxe reissue is. Blues DLX reissue. Reissue. Speaking like Malcolm Turnbull. 2107. Yes, we're in tomorrow. 24. VAK unknown. Brown to red. We'll round it up. 82 ohm. It goes up a little bit when it warms up. Blue to red. 106. Did we just raw dog it again? Did I get all the cap polarities right? I hope so. No bang bang. Oh, I didn't solder that link resistor on top. 130 proof. So it's 110 bucks. Isn't it funny how they ban everything they tax heavily? Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? So 110 bucks US. So it's cheaper to buy it here, Wes. Dead set. That's almost never the case. Huh. I'll be damned. Temu is a personal data strip mining outfit. I wouldn't buy anything from them. Yeah. Good move. Don't forget your cuppa. Yeah, it's just brewing away there. So, I had to delete a Facebook post that Michelle put up. So, I'll put Michelle in charge of promotion stuff. Because we get given... This is how owning a shop works. Yes, I'm a cynical repair guy, but I also run a shop. And yes, you do have to do promotion shit to sell stuff, right? It's just how it is. But I hate doing that shit, so I get Michelle to do most of it. The companies, they send us marketing material. They might be little GIFs, animated GIFs of videos, graphics that they've created, that kind of thing. And we sometimes create our own text and put it up with our own little take on it. Other times we just directly post what they've given us as a promotional thing for, I don't know. In this case, it was the pics for Ernie Ball, the stiletto, oh god, mental blank. What are they called? Prodigy picks. Which are like these 3D sort of shape things, right? You can get them in like 2mm, 1.5, different shapes, sort of big shield shapes or little teardrop shapes. They've got a profile to them. They're kind of thicker than your average pick, but they've got a knife edge, right? And the promotion said something like, the secret is in the edge or something, right? And then everyone started posting, oh, I thought the secret was in practicing. Oh, and this, and like trying to make out that I'm like trying to mislead people or some shit. Because they're used to me taking the piss out of advertising. When we actually advertise it by reflex, everyone takes a piss out of me. But it was coming from Michelle, who doesn't play guitar that much. So sometimes this stuff that she posts that maybe I wouldn't have posted, if the marketing slogan is a little bit cringy, maybe I'll change it a bit. But if you're not a player, you probably don't know that it's cringy. So she posted it anyway. So I removed that post. But I'll put something else up. But yeah. And it was coming from you champions too. So just bear in mind, I do have a business to run. So maybe don't rip strips off me if Michelle's put up a post that doesn't sound like it's written by a musician, because Michelle's not a musician. I sort of just let Michelle have free reign of the stuff she does, because I don't want to micromanage her. Facebook is just a bunch of idiots. They prey on stuff like that. But the thing was, I recognised the names. I don't think either of them are here at the moment, but they are YouTube viewers. And they're taking the piss out of me for maybe not the best advertising slogan, but whatever. Fucking move on. Yes, I do have to sell shit as well. Most of the money comes from repair, but selling stuff helps pay the bills as well. I do have a retail store. Personally, I use the 1.5mm Prodigies, but I would like to use a 1mm if they had one. The pick I want, and I don't know if you're still here, Six. Roll call. 60 Saint Hilaire calling. First floor, women's lingerie. I'm looking for one of these, champion. I want more of these. These are fucking awesome. I can't find them anywhere. Yummy. I ended up going home from the Hamamatsu train station with this one in my pocket. I put it in there as a reflex after I tried out the guitars that they let you just try out at the train station with no one supervising you. No straps, no security, nothing. You can just sit down and play a Rev Star at the train station. And you could walk away with it if you want to, but no one does because they're Japanese and they're not scumbags like us Westernites. Although Japan's pretty Western. But, yeah, I want more of these. They feel awesome. The profile's just right. The plastic is some ungodly durable. I don't know what it is. But I've given that a thrashing and it's still got the tip. But I can't find them anyway. Can't find them. Mammoth Tusk. I need flex though. I need a bit of flex. I don't want heaps, but what I've found is I was naturally gravitating towards thinner and thinner sort of, when I say Duratex, it's a brand of condom. Durex? No. God, what's the name? Dura something? I don't know. But I was finding myself using thinner and thinner ones of these. Tortex. So this is Everlast, Ernie Ball's version of Tortex. But I was going with thinner ones when what I actually needed was a finer tip. And once I started using the finer tip, my playing's got more accurate. As I do scale runs and stuff, I'll do practice scales at home. So the finer tip actually helps with accuracy. So yeah, I want to find some more of them, but I can't find them on eBay or nothing. I can't find them anywhere online. These Yamaha picks, but they're just the celluloid shit. Celluloid's a waste of time. It just turns into a circle in 5 minutes. Focus, you champion. Oh, fucked it now, haven't I? There we go. Sometimes you've got to go all the way out. All the way in. All the way out. You got to give it the old in, out, you know? There we go. I guess Six is busy. No response. Dunlop has those sharp tip picks. Yeah, but the Tortex disappears too quick. I don't know what plastic that Yamaha one's made out of, but it's so durable. It's insane. But they were everywhere. They were at the Yamaha museum. They were at the Yamaha fucking Hamamatsu train station. But I can't find them anywhere. Dunno. Alright, let's raw dog it. Probably plug in a speaker might help. Ultex. I don't know what Ultex is. I might, if you think that's what it is, I might look into it. The old in out, in out. Yeah, Clockwork Orange is where I got that from. Let's go for it. Nothing? Oh, wrong PowerPoint. I plugged in a random IEC lead that's not connected to anything, not the fucking amp. I use the grey Jim Dunlop. Is that the grey one? That's the nylon, isn't it? They just turn into a circle in about 5 minutes with my meathead playing. 76 watts, 65 watts, settling down 1.7, 1.9, 1.7, 2.2. A little bit of imbalance there, but that's, see if it settles down, but that's probably due to the difference primary resistance on each side. We've got 82 on the left and we've got 106 on the right, so you'd expect to have a difference there even if it's the same amount of current. Draw 64 watts from the wall. Bias test point, they tell you to bias these things at 60 millivolts, which is cold as a crab. We'll see what we're actually at on the cathode. Come on, wake up meter. 54. Let them settle in for a tick. Well, in the meantime, we'll have a quick listen. We've got noise. We've got noise from my Rode mic. They don't have any Yamaha plectrums on it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Paul. I can't find them anywhere, eh? There's a Temu ad on YouTube featuring curvaceous women in a yellow flower print dress. So horrid that only response I can come up with. Someone should rescue her from that thing. Hey, I like curvaceous women. Especially when they're wearing sunflowers. I don't know. You know what that is? That's intermittent grounding. As soon as I let go of my strings, it goes away. So what you got to do is sometimes you think a pot's not cleaning up. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. Give you a bit more gain. Alright, so listen to this. It's partially my plug. But often you think that's crackling, but it's just because the shaft's got grease on it and you're touching the shaft. So if you're touching a greasy shaft, use a rag and then the crackling goes away, because what's happening is the shaft is intermittently grounding to the bushing via your hand, and your hand is intermittently grounding via the bushing through the grease. But it's not an issue when you've actually got the pots installed, so. What does everyone think of Vox night trains? I think the construction's not great from memory, but I haven't had one, so couldn't tell you. Oh, I'm distorting shit out of here, sorry, hang on. Alrighty. Hear the buzz there? That's the contacts of the jack needing a clean. So if we... a bit of pressure on there and it goes away. So yeah, we've just got to clean those contacts. Feels like there's enough tension on the contact to be able to do things. What I like about you? You give me woman night. I was actually playing ROCK in the USA by John Cougar Mellencamp, or whatever he goes by these days. Which is ironic because I've seen his song getting played every day at the RNC, even though he's a staunch Democrat. It must kill him to see that shit get played there. But anyway, we won't go down that route. Let's hear some Kinks. I've got work to do, buddy. That one's working, and that's good. 1.8, 2.5. Let's see where we're at. Black and Mahi Mahi. Free Mahi Mahi. 1.8 divided by 82 ohms. And we'll call that 22 milliamps multiplied by 437. 9.6. That's fuck all in a big ship. Divided by 30 watts. We're running 30% bias there, champions. Let's bring that up a bit. 62 watts from the wall, which is nothing. Let's bring that up to 70. 72. Let's go 72. That's not dropped the voltage down by much. 2.6. Got a bit of an imbalance there. 2.6 divided by 82. Let's write this down. Where'd my pen go? 31.7 milliamp. 3.5 divided by 106. 33.0 milliamp. So not too far out. What's a couple of milliamps between mates? Crackling noise is what I sometimes get, mate, using cat. Nah, so it could be one of them guitars pots. It's pretty quiet. But yeah, you're talking about the crackling when you turn it. Yeah, that's the other thing. Metal pots can cause it. That's part of the reason I think why Mesa Boogie went with the plastic shafted pieces of shit that they use, because they've got the showy metal pots on the front, and they've realised that if you have them connected to the shaft, you get crackling when you turn the knob, even though nothing's wrong, because your body is intermittently grounding through that greased bushing. So yeah, I reckon that's why they use the plastic shafted pots on the Mesas with the metal dome knobs. They look fancy, but sometimes a plastic knob's a better idea, to be honest. Got myself a 67 Vosa recently. Could be in better condition, but sounds great. May have to send it to Lyle's way eventually. Well, get in the queue there. I don't know how you do that, but if you do, it'll be one of the best amps out there. The other problem with cheap irons is that the tips included are semi-useless. High quality tips would be copper with iron plated tips. But cheap tips are typically iron or steel throughout. Yeah, I'm not sure what the face ones are. I don't think they're copper. If they are, I think they're yeah, pretty thick iron plating. I ended up getting a Hakko. Jim, where'd you get the FX-888? What was it on? 31.7 milliamps, 0.0317 divided by, multiplied by, sorry, 430, we'll just go 430. 13.6 watts. divided by 30. So we're still only about 45%. 0.033 divided by, I keep saying divided by, multiplied by 430. 14.2 watts divided by 30. 47%. 47.3%. Thanks for that, H. Oh, the 951. Yeah, that's an even better one, Jim. That's a good one. Thanks for that, H. Using Kettner has been rock solid since I replaced the EL84s with JSs, apart from that crackling. JJs, I think you mean. Yeah, JJs? Oh, it's a really nice day today. I wish I was out on the bike, but I'm catching up for yesterday. Yay. Bought it at the end of 2022, but didn't use it until last month. Come on, man. Every time I get a new toy, I use the fuck out of it as soon as I get it. Alright, what else was I going to check with this thing? Yeah, so if we were running... What does Fender tell you to run it at? It doesn't, it just tells you a voltage, so it's not really telling you what bias point, but we're already at 74. So if I set this up to the 60 millivolts that they say from the factory, what are we actually at now? Hey, 2 volts. You can smell those new wire wound resistors there. It always makes you panic because they smell hot when they first run because there's some chemical schmoo that's in it from the factory. 2.05. 25 milliamp. 2.8. 26 milliamp. Multiplied by 534. 434, sorry. $11.5 watts. So Fender tells you to bias them at 38%. Oop, I'm going to get a phone call. Hear that? No. Phone's about to die though. I might put that on charge. So yeah, Fender tell you to bias it cold as a crab, but we might go a bit hotter than that. We'll set it up to about 50%. What are we running on the mains today? We've got 242 volts. So it's pretty high for around here. Normally it's around 238, something like that. Just the NSA listening in. I don't think they're going to learn much. Trying to identify an AC38 preamp tubes. Solid state rectifier, grey face, English made, old. Have you looked on the the Vox Museum, whatever it is, website? Fender wouldn't call for assistance, Joe, get real. Oh, we got a dead pilot light. It's very dim. Needs the contacts cleaned, I think. Alright, I'm happy that that one's happy. Oh, let's check the reverb first. Have I got another high impedance tank? What's that one? It's a 50394. What have I got? 4BB3C1B. What's that? I can never remember the reverb tank codes. 4BB3C1B. Two spring reverb tank. See, it's Blues DeVille. Blues Deluxe. Perfect. I just ordered that the other day. I must have instinctually known that this one was fucked. I always like to have a high impedance and a low impedance in stock. Just for this reason. What I like about you? You keep me warm at night. Alright, which one's the send? Well, we can just touch it and figure out, eh? That one. The black is the return. Hey, there it is. You. Hang on, I'll turn my mic off. Me being a dickhead. I think you were just hearing me mainly through the mic then anyway. Put this away from hum. I'll pull the cabinet over. Oh shit, sorry. I'll just have a quick listen at the reverb's working how it should be. Went to say tremolo then. Means it's time for lunch. Brain stopped working. 1 p.m. It's acceptable reverb return level. Alright, let's go on to the next one. JCM 900. Let's take measurements for this one before we put it away. B plus mains 240, was it 242? B plus, C plus, which is screen, D, E. I think there's 4 nodes in this one. 1, 2, 3, or 4 filter caps, 4 nodes. There you go. Heater, or bias, and heater. P max. It's in on the scope. Give it. What do these want to run at? 4 ohms, 8 ohms. God, I should know this. Extension speaker, main speaker. So let's measure it at 4. Oh, it's got different taps. Oh yeah, that's the switching. So we'll just measure it at 8 ohm. Go from there. Signal Jenny. So I do this for every amp. I write down all the voltages as well as their ripple on each node. Write down the bias supply voltage. Write down the heater voltage. Give it signal. Just see where the brick wall's at in terms of the output. Pull it back until there's no real sign of clipping on the waveform. Quote that. You can measure it till the cows come home, but usually the wattage between it clipping hard and not clipping is a couple of watts. It's pretty negligible, so you can tell where the wall is pretty effectively by just looking at the waveform. We don't need an audio precision, whatever. It's valve amps for guitar here, not fucking hi-fi. Give it 1 kilohertz. 1 kilohertz. Sine wave. Well, the EQ's pretty well central still. Oh, check channel switching, yep. I will check that before. We haven't listened to the second channel yet. So we're pulling 17.9 watts. It's volts RMS, sorry. Speaking without thinking again. There's a lot of gain in that front end. It makes it a bit ridiculous for trying to control it with the volume pot. Part of the mod, not mod, but one thing I suggest people do is change that first valve to a 12AY7, and it makes it a bit more controllable on the volume control. So 17.6 volts RMS in 8 ohms, 17.6 squared divided by 8, 38.72 watts. 38.7 watts at 1 kilohertz, 8 ohm. Mains at P max. This is how you just make sure that the fuse rating's about right when you're pushing it to the limit. 134 watts from the wall, and according to my shitty little meter here, that equates to about 0.65 of an amp. What was it in watts again? We'll say 135 watts. So that's the efficiency of a valve amp. You're wasting 100 watts to get 38 of them. So you're using 135 watts to get 38 watts out. It's pretty standard. If that was a Class D amp, it'd be like 100 well, say it was 38 watts, you'd probably use 50 watts to get it, or less. Right, you know we've got 429 there on the V-Hot. 429. And then in brackets I put the riffle. So we've got 3.6 volts riffle. 3.6 volts AC. That's about what we expect. The next node, the screen node, we've got 427 volts DC. And we've got about 100 milliamps riffle. What did I say? Fuck, I've already forgotten it 5 seconds later. 427. 27 volts DC. About 150 volts, millivolts ripple. And the next node, 394 volts DC. And ripple. It's about 38 millivolts. And the last node, 357. About 10 millivolts there on the last node, so not fantastic. You see a lot lower. As for the bias, minus 42. Ripple on the bias supply. Less than 2 millivolts. And for the heater voltage, where are we? Where's a good spot? Just don't want to short anything out. .33, 3.38. .75. Just take all this down so I've got a good base point of where the amp's at when it's in my custody. We should share our channels, especially the guys that do great work and the community grows. Yeah, we should. VAK 428, 429. And 82 ohms. I'll just take down the final bias measurement. Actually, you know what I'll do? Now it's warmed up, I'll just re-measure that. We'll see how much the primary resistance has changed now that it's warmed up. So we were at 81.8 or something, now we're at 82.4. 82.4 ohms. And we were at 106, now we're at 107. And you can see it's dropping there as it cools. 107. It's probably a bit of lead resistance as well. But yeah, the heat definitely does affect it. Starting to lose my voice. I think that's the primary reason for me putting a ceiling of like 6 hours on my videos, because I lose my voice after talking shit for so long. Four volts? What? Was it that high before? Oh yeah, no, that's right. 2.9. 3 point... Shit, that's almost 4. .2 milliamp. $15 14.99. Bang on 50%. 4 volts divided by 107 ohms multiplied by 425. 15.88 divided by 30. 53%. So 51.5% plus minus 1.5%. There we go. Alright, that's all our stats. So we can write that up. And then include the cost of 2 new JJ's 6L6s and a reverb tank, as well as the labour. Carrying on. Just let that drain off for a sec before we unplug it. Yeah, I've got to watch your glue video there, good, and I might watch that tonight. Oh, I've got family dinner, fuck's sake. I won't be able to stop till I go to bed. You can't find anything with search, YouTube search these days, really? Is YouTube search AI shit now, is it? My wife would have a hissy if she knew I was wasting my time on such things when I could be cleaning out the garage or dumpsterizing some of my junk. I wait till she goes shopping before filming. Sounds like you got to sit her down and have a talk there, Gooden. Say, I enjoy doing these things, and if you don't like it, it's none of my concern. I enjoy doing what I enjoy doing, and you should be supportive in it. Sounds like it's time for a hard talk there, buddy. Can't let these things fester. Rip it off like a band-aid. Or whatever you guys call it. Michelle is extremely supportive of whatever I feel like doing to make me enjoy life. I should do it. Part of the reason we're together. Alright, so that was a bit boring doing the old measurements, but I do that with every amp. It gives me a base level. At the start, when I was starting out, it gave me a base level of what to expect. So I just had in the back of my head a rough idea of, you know, if things were massively out, I knew straight away rather than having to look shit up all the time. It gave me an instinctual sort of vibe for if something was off. Which helps speed things up quite a bit. Well, that notebook's full now. Let's go have a look at the first page of my notebook. Huh. Now that my notebook's finished, I've got some names there, so I might keep that out. But on the first day that I opened my notebook here, I worked on a super bassman. I did a recap. The low voltage caps only. I think I already did a high voltage recap on this previous, and then the low voltage cap started cooking as well, so I changed them out. So big bastard, 300 watt bass amp or valve, B plus of 755 volts with only 2.5 volts ripple. That's a well regulated supply. Standby 124 watts idle. Play mode, this is quiescent, mind you, 259 watts it draws from the wall when it's just sitting there quiet. Output power, 289 watts RMS at 400 hertz into 4 ohms. Well, it's drawing 730 watts from the mains. What a monster. The second page, I like to keep the back pages blank in case I've got to keep notes or order stuff, so I only write on the first... I have to prove myself to be a liar. I usually only write on the first page, first side of each page. Come on, focus, you asshole. Tesco 78R. Well, you probably remember this. That was 20th of April 2023. Broken leads, high noise floor, 6L7. 6SL7 or equivalent in place of 6SN7, blah, 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 blah. Replaced the transformer, changed it to 240 volt mains. That was a big job. Oh, look, I decided I'm going to try writing in cursive and then decided it was too fucking unreadable, so I went back to printing. Oh, this was the to-do list for Dad and I, 24th of April. Refrets. That was when I was going to do Six and I were going to do a Q&A interview. Never happened. We'll do that one day. Head first plexi. Oh, that's when someone brought a Origin 20 and decided they wanted the plexi mod done to it. Before I realised what was just involved with that. Pretty much depopulating the whole board and redoing it. I won't do that one again, I don't think, because that was just a lot of work for a thing that's still a cheap thing. But anyway, so that goes into the filing cabinet and we move on to a new notebook. Oh, and I forgot about my cup of tea. Fuck! You know my punishment for that? I have to drink it cold. I won't learn otherwise. You know what would be good? If Michelle turned up and we went and got sushi. Oh, here she is at the driveway. Cold tea. Hello. Oh, you brought me soup. Thought we might go to sushi. Oh, you can't hear me. What do you reckon, champions? Broccoli soup or sushi? I heard you. I sensed your presence. Yeah, you brought me some soup. I was thinking we might go to sushi. No? Oh, yeah, but I'm the boss. Okay. It's either that or I'll just keep working. Yeah, let's go for sushi. Alright, champions, I'm going for sushi. Take it easy. See you later. How long's that going to take?
It's got to go to storage shed and pick up the tube cakes. You can help me with it. So
Alright.
pick her up, then go do it.
Alright, I'm going for Sushi Legends. Thanks for sticking around. What have we been streaming for? Shit, 5 hours. Alright. Yeah, I've done that lot.
Okay.
Yeah. She's done some work, she asks. Have you done some work? Alright, Legends. Take it easy. I'll see you next Saturday, probably. I guess.
On time?
Until then. Yeah, hopefully on time this time, and hopefully without snot pouring out of every orifice. Because that wasn't pleasant. Alright, take it easy. Thanks for joining us. Have a good one. Get some sleep. It's probably like midnight over there, isn't it? See you next week.